Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you, but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me. Not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it, because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record. Just an open heart. The smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe, out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who is never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others we'll call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are: my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these 4 gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other 4, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were not watching. Heaven grew still. Not in the way silence usually falls, slow, creeping, like an ending. This was different. This was the kind of stillness that follows something rare, the kind that comes when all of heaven turns to look at the same thing at the same time. And what heaven turned to look at was you. I want you to hear what I am about to say, not as a comfort. Hear it as fact. You have been through things that had the full intention of finishing you, not discouraging you, not delaying you, finishing you completely. There were seasons where the pressure did not let up, where one hard thing barely ended before the next one arrived, where you had to keep choosing to get up when getting up felt dishonest, when you felt nothing like someone who was going to be all right, and yet you did not fully stop. That is what caught heaven's attention. Not your best days, not the moments when you had it together. What made heaven go quiet was the moments when you did not have it together, and something in you still kept reaching for me. A whisper when you had nothing left. A reluctant step back toward the place where you knew I was, even when you felt no certainty that I would answer. You thought those moments were your weakest. Heaven read them as something else entirely. My child, you left me speechless. I want you to sit with that. Not because you performed well, not because your record was clean, but because inside the place where pressure breaks, most people, the hidden place that nobody else sees. You held something that should have buckled. You bent. I watched you bend. There were moments where I could see exactly how close you were to letting go entirely. But there was a thread you kept holding. Not tightly, sometimes barely, but you held it. That thread was not stubbornness. It was not willpower. I put it there. What I plant does not uproot easily. Even when the ground shook, the root held. That is not something you manufactured. That is something I placed in the deepest part of who you are. And the weight of everything this season threw at you proved it is real. Now I need you to understand what I am not saying. I am not saying the hard things were good. I am not standing over what you suffered and calling it a gift. Pain is not a prize. Loss is not a reward. What came against you was real, and it was heavy. I know how heavy it was. I was there for every hour of it, not watching from a distance, but present in the very room where you sat alone and wondered how much longer you could keep going. I did not look away. I have never looked away from you. There is something I need you to hold before anything else is said. I was not unmoved by what you walked through. I did not observe it the way you observe something from behind glass, at a safe distance, untouched. I was in it with you. Every night that stretched too long, every morning that arrived without relief, every moment where the silence felt like an answer you were not ready to hear. I was there through all of it. And what I was doing in those moments was not nothing. I was not simply waiting for you to endure your way to the other side. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping intact what the pressure was trying to destroy. That work was real, even when you could not feel it happening. And it mattered. What I placed in you was already there long before this season arrived. The pressure did not create it. The pressure revealed it. And what it revealed was something rare enough to make heaven stop and take notice. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to let it go. You stayed honest when a lie would have been simpler. You remained when remaining was the harder path. And when the ones you trusted let you down, you did not harden the way hurt usually hardens a person. You stayed open. You stayed willing. That is not nothing. Those are not small things. To the eye, they look like nothing. To heaven, they carry enormous weight. There are people who look confident from the outside and are hollow on the inside. There are people who seem strong in public and crumble when no one is watching. What I found in you was the other way around. In the open, you were often uncertain. You doubted. You worried. You went through stretches where hope felt like a thing you could not quite hold in your hands anymore. But in the place no one else could see, in the quiet core, where a person's real character lives, there was something stable, something settled, something that would not fully agree with the verdict being spoken over your life by the hardship, by the disappointment, by the voices that suggested you were ordinary and small. Heaven sees that place. I built it. And what I saw inside it moved me, not as a figure of speech, not as a comfort phrase, but in the way that truth moves the one who knows what it costs to make something hold. Now I want to tell you what was found inside that place. I want to name it clearly. I want you to hear it plainly, without the filter of doubt softening it before it can reach you. Because what was discovered about you in this season is not small. It is the kind of thing that shifts how you see your past, your present, and the ground you are about to walk into. So before I tell you everything else, before I speak of what comes next, what is shifting, and what is being released over your life, receive this one thing first. You were not forgotten. You were never abandoned. The quiet was not emptiness. What you lived through was seen in full, from the first moment the weight arrived to the last hour of the longest night. And what was found inside you when the pressure was at its heaviest, that is what I have come to speak to you about today. There is a word for what I found inside you, but I want to approach it carefully, because the first time most people hear it applied to themselves, they resist it. They shake their head. They think of all the ways it could not possibly be true. The word is rare. Not rare because you have never made a mistake. Not rare because you are better than the people around you. Rare because of what was found underneath the pressure. Rare because of what did not leave when everything else seemed to. When betrayal came, I watched for bitterness. In most people, bitterness arrives quickly after a wound. It makes a certain kind of sense. The hurt is real, the cause is unjust, and bitterness at least feels like something. Like a grip on the situation. Like a way to not be helpless. But when betrayal came to you, and it did come, I watched your heart, and what I found was not bitterness taking root. There was pain, real pain. But the bitterness had nothing to grip. Something in you kept releasing the very thing that should have poisoned you. Not quickly, not without a fight, but it kept releasing. That is not common. When silence stretched on longer than you expected, when answers did not come and explanations did not arrive, I watched for what fills that space in most people's hearts. Long silence breeds anger in many people, or resignation, or the slow, quiet decision to stop trusting. In you, the silence hurt. I will not pretend otherwise. But underneath the hurt, you kept something alive that most people release in those seasons. You kept reaching. Small, quiet, sometimes barely a reach at all. But you did not go fully silent on me. You kept the line open even when you heard nothing back. That is the kind of faith that counts, not the faith that praises loudly when things are good. The faith that sits in a dark room and whispers my name anyway, not because it feels anything, but because it refuses to let go completely. I found loyalty in you, where others left. Not the kind of loyalty that is easy to maintain when things are going well. The kind that holds when holding costs something. I found patience in places where frustration would have been completely understandable. You were not patient because it was easy. You were patient because something in you chose it, even when everything else pushed against it. I found kindness still operating in you after you had been treated without kindness. You still chose to be gentle when you had every right to harden. You did not perform that softness for people to observe. I watched it in your private choices, in how you treated others when no one was grading you, in the decisions you made when the only witness was yourself and me. That is the real measure of a person, not what they do on display, what they do when they are alone and tired and the easier wrong is available. And I found something else, something even harder to hold on to after the kind of pain you walked through. I found that your ability to feel with other people did not close down. After being hurt yourself, there would have been no shame in pulling back, in protecting yourself, in deciding that you had enough to carry without taking on the weight of others. But that is not what happened. You remained open. You still felt the weight of other people's struggles, even when you were under your own. You still made room. You still showed up. That is an uncommon thing in a person who has been through what you have been through. That combination, loyalty under pressure, faith that holds through long silence, compassion that survives personal pain, does not occur automatically. I have watched people go through tremendous weight and come out closed, armored, unreachable, hardened in the way that something becomes when the life is pressed out of it. What you came out with was different. You came out with something I can only describe as depth. Depth does not announce itself. It does not ask for recognition. It does not even always know it is there, but it shows up when it is needed. It shows in how you handle things that are too heavy for a shallow person to carry. It shows in the choices you make when no one is watching and the easier wrong is right in front of you. It shows in the way you enter a room, even now, even after everything, still carrying something that has not been used up. You have depth, my child. It was built through things that cost you, through seasons that asked more than you felt you had, through moments where the only way through was through. And what was built in those moments is real. It is not a feeling or an impression. It is something solid. It has already been tested under conditions designed to destroy it, and it held. You thought those seasons meant something was wrong with you. You measured yourself against people who seemed further along, people who looked like they were moving forward while you felt stuck. But that comparison was never a fair one. Their path was not your path. Their timeline was not your timeline. And what was being built in you during that time was something that does not get built while you are moving fast. It gets built in the slow places, in the still places, in the places where there is nothing to do but hold on. You held on. And what was found in you because of it is something heaven has not been quiet about. Most people will never know what was found, but you were drawn to this moment for a reason. And that reason is this. Heaven has something to say to you that has been held long enough. Declare your Amen if you have faith. The attacks you experienced were not random. I need you to understand this clearly, because many people look at the hardship they have faced and conclude one of two things. Either that they are unlucky, or that somehow they deserved it. Neither is what happened with you. The attacks that came against you were specific, targeted. That is not something to take lightly. You do not deploy targeted pressure against something ordinary. You do not spend focused energy trying to undo something that poses no threat. The enemy studied you before he moved, and what he studied alarmed him. He saw what I placed inside you. He could not create it. He could not take it. But he could try to get you to walk away from it voluntarily. He could not erase your calling. But if he could get you to disbelieve it, if he could get you to look at yourself and conclude that you were ordinary, unimportant, too broken to matter, then what I placed in you would sit dormant. Not destroyed, but inactive, unused. And that was his aim. So the attack did not come as something obvious. It came quietly. It came as a consistent suggestion. The suggestion took many forms. You are behind. You are not like others. You have missed too much. The things that hurt you have marked you permanently. You will always be at this same level. No one who really sees you stays. These were not idle thoughts. They were placed with purpose. The enemy does not waste effort on targets that do not matter to him. The very consistency of the pressure is itself a signal. It tells you something about what was at stake. There were times when you believed the lies. I will not pretend otherwise. There were seasons when you looked at yourself and what you saw was mostly the damage. When you measured yourself against others and came away feeling small. When the whisper that said you had been passed over felt more real than anything I had told you. You almost settled into that conclusion. You almost signed your name to the sentence that said you were finished. But you could not fully commit to it. Every time you moved close to accepting the worst as permanent, something would resist. Not loudly. Sometimes just a flicker. A reluctance. An unwillingness to completely let go of the possibility that the story was not over. That resistance was not yours alone. It was also mine. I kept a thread of truth alive in you even when the lies were loudest. I would not let the truth about who you are be permanently buried under a deception, because what I placed in you is real, and real things do not respond to the enemy's authority. He had access to your circumstances. He never had access to your core. So the lies came in through the side doors. He used comparison, placing people in your view who seemed further along, more confident, more established. And slowly, comparison did what comparison always does. It made you measure progress on a scale that was never designed for your path. You started judging your timing by someone else's calendar, your worth by someone else's visible results. And that is an impossible way to measure anything real. He used shame. Shame for choices made in harder seasons. Shame for the gaps. Shame for what you had not yet done, for what you had not yet become. Shame is a specific kind of attack. It does not just say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. There is a difference. Conviction points to a specific thing and invites correction. Shame points to your whole person and invites you to disappear. That was the aim, to make you pull back, to make you feel that the best thing you could do for everyone was to make yourself smaller. But what I put in, you cannot be taken away. Not by the weight of your history. Not by the mistakes that live in your past. Not by the disappointment that came through people who should have been safe. Not by the seasons that lasted longer than you could have anticipated. None of those things hold the authority to unmake what I spoke into being in you. The enemy tried every entrance. He found your doubt and used it. He found your longing for approval and turned it against you. He found the places where you were most sensitive and pressed there. But what I have written in you is not written in something that pressure can reach. He could bend you toward the lie. He could not get you to swear allegiance to it. And that made all the difference. You are still here. That is not a small thing. Every time the attack came and you did not stay completely gone, every time you came back, even reluctantly, even exhausted, even unsure, the enemy's plan failed. Not dramatically, not with a shout, just quietly, faithfully. He failed. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. What was built in you through those attacks stands intact. The lies shape no permanent thing in you. They came and they pressed hard, but the foundation I laid held. The truth lived beneath everything that was piled on top of it. And because it is still there, undestroyed, uncancelled, it is now free to rise. I need you to understand something that might have caused you pain at the time. The truth I am telling you now, I have known it the whole time. It was never hidden from me. And there were moments, seasons even, when you cried out and asked me to show you who you were, to confirm your worth, to tell you plainly what was happening and why and where it was all going. And I stayed quiet. I want to explain that silence to you now, because you deserve the explanation. Revelation does not travel well to a heart that is not yet ready to carry it. That is not a criticism of you. It is a matter of structure. If I had spoken this truth to you too early, before the shaping, before the stretching, before you had learned to distinguish between approval from people and direction from me, it would not have helped you. It would have worked against you. And I will not do things that work against you, even when they feel like the thing you need most in the moment. There are two ways early revelation can damage a person. The first is pride. When someone learns something true and significant about themselves before their character is ready to hold it, the truth curls in on itself and becomes arrogance. They begin to perform an identity rather than carry one. They stop needing me because they feel they now have an answer about themselves. The very word I meant to anchor them becomes a trophy they hold over others. That is not what I intended for you. What I was speaking over your life was always meant to ground you, not elevate you above people, but root you deeply enough to stand beside them and serve them with what you carry. The second is fear. For some people, hearing the size of what they carry before they are grounded enough to receive it is simply too much. They retreat. They convince themselves it cannot really be them. They run from the word rather than grow into it. And running from it leaves them more lost than not knowing it at all. I watched you carefully through this season. I watched whether difficulty was making you humble or making you brittle. I watched whether silence was deepening your trust or feeding resentment. I watched the quiet work that was happening in you below the surface where no one else could see, where no one was applauding or even aware that anything was being built. And what I saw told me that the shape of your character was moving towards something that could hold this truth. Your humility was becoming real, not performed for others, but genuine. Your patience was becoming steady. Your need for me was growing bigger than your need for recognition. Those shifts matter enormously, because a person who needs me more than they need attention can carry revelation without it distorting them. The silence was not neglect. It was precision. I was not absent from you. I was doing something more important than speaking. I was forming the vessel so that what I poured into it would hold. You felt delayed. I understand that. From where you were standing, it looked like standing still while others moved forward. That experience was real, and I am not dismissing it. But delay is not denial. A thing being carefully formed takes longer than a thing being rushed. What I was building in you was never going to be rushed. The depth I placed in you requires time. You cannot fast forward roots. You cannot skip the invisible work and arrive at visible fruit with anything real beneath it. The process had to be honored. So I honored it. And I want you to know I understood what that silence cost you. I did not take it lightly. The silence also kept you safe in a way you could not have recognized at the time. Some things placed in the light too early are consumed before they are strong enough to hold their ground. Some flames lit in the wrong season are put out before they can grow into fire. I was not withholding something good from you. I was protecting something good from being exposed before it was ready to hold up under what would come against it. The seasons that felt like nothing was happening, those were not empty. Things were happening in you during those seasons that could not have happened any other way. When there were no outward signs of movement, there was inward work. When there was nothing visible to show for the time, there was something invisible being secured. You were being formed in the way that real formation requires. Slowly, quietly, without applause, without an audience, and you did not waste those seasons. Even when it felt like you were simply enduring them, something was being laid down in you that will outlast every difficulty that placed you there. Now the form is ready. The character can carry what the calling requires. The humility is in place to hold the truth without it becoming distortion. The depth is there to receive revelation without it becoming pride. And that is why I am speaking now. Not sooner, not later. Now. The timing was never cruelty. It was care. Your worth was never in question. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything. What I was waiting for was the right moment to hand something into hands that were ready to hold it. And those hands are now ready. There is something I want to add that I do not want to pass over. The silence was never about your performance. It was never a withholding based on whether you had done enough or believed strongly enough. Your worth was never the variable. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything to me. What I was holding back was not a verdict on your value. It was a timing decision about what you were ready to receive. And now you are ready. You are not the same person you were at the beginning of this road. You have learned things that cannot be learned any other way, and what I am placing in your hands now will not be wasted on what you have become. I want to bring you back to something simple and say it clearly enough that it reaches the place where the doubt lives. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. That sentence is not inspirational language. It is a statement of fact. The hardship that came against you had a specific intention: to define you, to narrow what you believed about yourself down to the size of the worst things that happened to you, to let failure become your name, to let rejection stamp an identity on you that would follow you quietly into every new beginning and whisper that you would get the same result again. That did not succeed, not because you are stronger than everyone else, not because you did everything right. It did not succeed because what I wrote into you is not written in something that hardship can reach. I did not plant your identity in your circumstances. I did not rest it on your performance. I did not build it on the opinions of people who looked at you and saw less than what was really there. I placed who you are at a depth that the surface of life cannot touch. And because of that, the repeated attempts to write over it did not take. The rejections did not stick at the level where your real identity lives. The failures added to your experience, but they could not add to your definition. The seasons when you felt invisible did not erase the truth of what you carry. The comparisons that made you feel behind did not change the path I designed specifically for you. You were never behind your purpose. You were always on the path I set for you. Your path does not run on the same timeline as other people's paths. It never has. Measuring your progress by someone else's markers has never been the right measure for your life. I know that is easy to say, but I need you to feel the weight of it, because the habit of comparison has cost you more than you realize. Other people are not ahead of you. They are on their own path, carrying what I assigned to them. When you look at where someone else is and compare it to where you are comparing two things that were never designed to be compared. Your path is yours alone. The shape of it, the timing of it, the pace of it, these were decided with you specifically in mind, not as an afterthought, not as a compromise, as a design. And what you are called to carry is significant. I do not say that to make you proud. I say it so that you stop treating yourself like something smaller than you are. There is a habit you have developed of making yourself small before anyone else can do it. A kind of preemptive diminishment. If you make yourself small first, the thinking goes, it hurts less when others agree. But that habit has cost you. It has kept you from walking into things with the authority and steadiness that rightly belongs to you. What I placed in you is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by smallness. It does not need you to hide it so that it will not be targeted. It can withstand being seen. It can hold up under scrutiny. It can be expressed openly without falling apart. You are allowed to know who you are. You are allowed to walk in the reality of it. Not loudly, not in a way that announces itself or demands recognition, but steadily, with the quiet certainty of someone who has settled the question of their own worth. Not because circumstances confirmed it, but because I said it. Here is something else I want you to receive. The things that felt like they were working against you did not diminish what you carry. They confirmed it. A person carrying nothing is not worth targeting. What came against you told you something about what was ahead, that there is something real at the end of this road worth protecting. You made it through the attempts to define you by your worst seasons. You are here, on the other side of the pressure, and what you carried is intact. That is not a coincidence. That is what happens when what is inside a person cannot be reached by what is outside them. What I put in you cannot be taken away. Let that settle. Let it go down into the parts of you that still half believe the old things. Let it reach further than the surface. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. You are who I say you are. And what I say about you has not changed. Declare, I receive this today if your heart is open. I also need to address the way you speak about yourself, because what comes out of your mouth about who you are matters more than you have been giving it credit for. There is a pattern that happens when someone has been through a long season of pressure. They start to agree with the language of the season. They say things like, I am so far behind. I am not sure I am cut out for this. I have never been good at trusting. I am always the one who gets left. These words feel honest because they feel like what the evidence shows. But they are not describing the truth of who you are. They are describing the story the hardest seasons tried to write over you. Stop using those words. Not because the feelings are not real. The feelings are real. But feelings are not definitions. What you experienced is real. But experience is not identity. You are not required to narrate your life using the language of the worst things that happened in it. Start speaking differently about yourself. Not with grand declarations you do not yet believe. Just with corrections. When the old language comes, and it will come, interrupt it. Say quietly, that is not who I am. Heaven has said something different, and let what I have spoken today be the counterword. You are rare. You are faithful. You held when holding cost you something. Those are the words that match what was found in you. Those are the words I am speaking over your life today. And what I speak does not return empty. There is a shift underway, and I want to prepare you for it. What was built in secret is not going to stay hidden forever. That is not how I work. I do not build things in the dark to leave them there permanently. The hidden season had a purpose, and it has served that purpose. But what was formed in you during the quiet time was not formed to remain quiet. It was formed to be expressed, to go to work, to do what it was designed to do. I want to be careful about what I mean when I say a season of visibility is coming, because this phrase can be misunderstood, and I do not want you chasing the wrong thing. I am not promising fame. I am not guaranteeing that the world will take notice of you in any particular public way. That kind of visibility is not what I am speaking about here. What I mean is something simpler and more significant than that. The things you carry, the depth, the steadiness, the compassion, the quiet authority that was formed in you through pressure, these things are going to be needed. They are going to be called upon. Situations are going to arise around you that require exactly what was built in you through the hardest seasons. People are going to come into your life who are in the kind of darkness you yourself once lived through. And because you went through it honestly, without bypassing it, without performing your way to the other side, you will have something real to offer them. That is the visibility I am speaking about. You will be placed where what you carry is needed, and what you give in those moments will not be advice from a safe distance. It will be the weight of someone who has actually been there, and who came through still holding something that held. That kind of presence changes things in ways that performance never could. It is the difference between someone who has studied a map and someone who has walked the road. People can tell the difference. They feel it when someone speaks from a place of real experience, and what you have to give comes from that place. Now let me address something that may happen as this shift comes. As things begin to change, as doors begin to open, as you find yourself in more visible places, the old voice of comparison may return. It will look at what others have and suggest that you are still not quite enough, that your path is not as clean as theirs, that you have too much history, that the people who are further along somehow got there without carrying what you have been carrying. Do not cooperate with that voice. You have learned something through this season that many people spend their whole lives not learning. You have learned that approval is not the foundation, that what I say about you carries more authority than anything the visible world puts on display. Walk into this new season with that settled, not with your guard up, not striving to maintain it, just settled. The way a person walks into a room when they know they belong there, not announcing it, not defending it, just at ease in it. What was built in silence will speak in the open. What was formed in hiddenness will be expressed in the light, and it will carry authority precisely because it was not manufactured. It was forged. It was tested before it was released. That is why it will hold up under pressure, because it already has. Go forward without competing. Go forward without performing. Go forward the way I shaped you to go, with depth, with steadiness, with the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are not, because the world confirmed it, but because I said it. There is something I want to place before you as this season turns. I want you to understand the weight of what is shifting. This is not a small change in direction. This is the ground moving under the whole of your life. The things I planted in the quiet years are ready. The roots that formed in the dark are ready to feed something that will stand in the open. Do not minimize what is coming. Do not shrink back from it because the scale of it feels unfamiliar. You were built for what is coming. The shaping was intentional. The stretching was specific. The things I allowed were not random. They were the precise conditions needed to form what you now carry. and what you now carry is exactly what the next season requires. So go, with steadiness, with depth, with the quiet authority of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not burn. Say yes if you are ready to walk forward. I also want to say something about what you will find on the other side of this shift that you may not be expecting. You will find that the things you thought disqualified you are exactly the things that make you credible. The places where you struggled are the places where you will be most trusted to speak. The seasons where you felt most invisible are the seasons that will give your words the most weight. This is not the way the world works. The world values the polished and the presented. But I work differently. I use what the world overlooks. I place weight in what the world passes by. And the person who stood in the quiet places and did not quit, that is the person I trust to carry what needs to go further. You are entering a season where what you have been carries more authority than what you have performed. Let that register. Let it settle into the way you see yourself and what you bring. The hidden season has done its work. What was formed is ready. And the one who formed it says, go. I want to close by bringing you back to where I started, because it matters, and I do not want you to move past it too quickly. You left me speechless, not in a theatrical way, not as a phrase chosen to make you feel good. I mean something very specific by it. When I look at the whole of what you walked through, not the best parts, not the easy stretches, but the full weight of the hardest seasons, the long silences, the moments when everything around you said to stop, and I look at what did not leave you, what held in the center of all of that. I am moved by it in a way that words do not capture cleanly. You are stronger than you have allowed yourself to believe, not stronger in the sense of being unmoved. You were moved. I watched it. You were shaken, pressed, worn down, confused, hurt by things and people that should have been safe. Your strength is not the strength of someone who felt nothing. It is the strength of someone who felt everything and still did not break at the core. That is a different kind of strength. It does not look impressive from the outside. It does not make noise. But when the pressure is real and the cost is high and the easy exit is right there in front of you, this is the strength that stays. And staying, when staying costs you something, is the only measure that ultimately matters. My child, I need you to change how you speak about yourself. Not dramatically, not with declarations that feel hollow. Just stop using the words that do not match what I have told you today. Stop saying you are weak when you have carried things that would have broken most people open. Stop saying you are forgotten when I have been watching everything. Stop saying you are behind when your path was never meant to match anyone else's pace. Stop agreeing with the language that the hardest seasons tried to make permanent. Those words describe the attack. They do not describe the truth. Speak more carefully. When the old language rises, and it will, let what was spoken today interrupt it. Quietly, steadily. That is not who I am. Heaven has spoken something different over me. Let the correction be simple and firm. Let it be a settled decision. You are not behind. You are on the path I set for you. You are not forgotten. I have had my eye on you through everything. You are not too broken. What broke the surface did not reach what I anchored at the center. And you are not ordinary. What was found inside you when the pressure was at its worst is the kind of thing that makes heaven stop and take notice. Hear this clearly. This message is for you. Not for someone who has it together more than you do. Not for someone who has believed longer or struggled less. This is for you. The person who is here, in this moment, carrying exactly what you are carrying. with exactly the history you have. I am not speaking to a polished version of you. I am speaking to the real one. And the real one is exactly who I am saying all of this about. The quiet is over. What was formed in the hidden places is ready to move into the open. What was built in you belongs to the next chapter of your life. Carry it with the steadiness that was forged in you. Carry it with the humility that the long seasons produced. Carry it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they did not make it through alone, and knows they will not be alone in what comes next. Before you go, I want you to take a moment, right now, wherever you are, and let what just happened settle in you. You received a word, not from someone who observed you from the outside and offered a general encouragement. A word spoken from the one who built you, from the one who has seen the inside of every season you have walked through, the ones you told people about, and the ones you never told anyone about, from the one who found something rare in you when you thought there was nothing there worth noticing. Let it reach you. Let it go past the surface where the old habit of dismissing good things lives. Let it go down into the place where doubt has been living. Let it speak there. Let it begin the work of replacing what was never true. You are rare, not as a compliment, as a fact. What was found in you this season, under the weight, in the long silence, in the moments no one else saw, had to be placed there deliberately and then proved through pressure. And it has been proved. The testing confirmed what I always knew was there. Now, live accordingly, not loudly, just differently than you did before you heard this. Walk with a little more certainty. Speak about yourself a little more carefully. Stop apologizing for taking up space. What I placed in you was meant to be expressed, not suppressed. It was meant to be carried into the world. The season ahead belongs to what was built in the seasons behind. And the one who built it says, "You are ready. It is time. Go forward, my beloved child. Not striving, not competing, not with one eye on what everyone else is doing. Just forward, with depth, with steadiness, with the settled knowing of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not melt. I am with you. I was with you through all of it, and I will be with you through everything still to come. What I spoke over you today does not expire. It does not wear off when the feeling fades. It stands because I stand behind it. Carry it. Live it. Let it be the new foundation that the next season of your life is built on. Declare Amen as a seal over every word spoken to you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My precious child, I want you to hear me. I already know you, not the version of you the world sees, not the one who holds it together, who says the right things, who keeps going even when going feels impossible. I am not here for that version today. I am here for the real one, the one sitting underneath all that effort, the one who is tired in a way that sleep has not been able to fix, the one who has been hoping quietly for so long that hope itself has started to feel heavy. That is who I came for. So stay with me. Do not rush past this moment, because what I am about to say has been a long time coming, and I need you to receive every word of it. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you sat somewhere and felt truly at rest? Not managing the day, not holding something together, not bracing for the next thing that needs your attention. Actually still, actually present, without a weight pressing on the back of your mind. You are having to think about it, are you not? The fact that the memory takes this long to find tells me something important about what your life has felt like. Not for a week, Not for a month, for a season that is stretched longer than you wanted to admit to anyone, including me. So hear what I am about to say very carefully. You have been carrying more than you were ever designed to carry alone. I see the shape of what you are holding. I know what it feels like from the inside, because I have been inside it with you, even in the moments you could not feel me there. The tiredness you carry is not weakness. It is what happens when a person pours out constantly and nothing pours back in. You kept showing up for everyone else, and somewhere along the way, you stopped expecting anyone to show up for you. I am showing up for you right now. This moment is me coming to find you where you are, not where you wish you were, not where you think you should be by now. Right here, exactly as you are. You were not drawn to this moment by accident. My voice is reaching you today because today is when you were ready to hear it, and I need you to let that settle before we go any further. There is a fear you carry that you have never said out loud, maybe not even to yourself in clear language, but I know it. It lives at the back of everything, and it rises at 3 a.m, when the noise of the day stops and the quiet gets too loud. It is the fear that maybe this is just how it is now, that the life you believed was possible for you, the one you prayed for, the one you could feel waiting for you when you were younger and things still felt open. Maybe that life is not coming. Maybe you waited too long. Maybe you made too many wrong turns. Maybe while you were busy surviving, everyone else moved into their future and the door closed behind them, and you were still standing on the outside of it. That fear has been asking you questions. Questions about your choices. Questions about your worth. Questions about whether the things you still want are even things you are allowed to want anymore, or whether wanting them makes you foolish or ungrateful for what you already have. I need you to hear what I think about that fear. It is lying to you. Not because your life has been easy. Not because nothing is truly hard. It is lying because it is built on something that is not true about me. That fear assumes my love for you has a time limit. It assumes there is a window for what I can do in your life, and that the window is closing. It assumes my power to move on your behalf expires if you wait too long or fail too many times, or fall further than a certain distance. None of that is how I work. Not one word of it reflects who I am. Listen closely now. There is no age at which I stop building. There is no number of wrong turns that puts you outside my reach. There is no distance you can fall that is further than my arm extends. The door you believe closed behind everyone else was never the door I had for you. Your door does not close, because I am the one holding it open. You have measured your life against the lives around you, and the measuring has made you tired. Stop measuring. I did not write their story for you. I wrote yours, and I am still writing it, and the chapters ahead were never canceled by the chapters behind. I know you have wondered where I was. I know the silence felt like absence. But I do not go silent, and I do not leave. What felt like stillness was me working below the surface, in the places your eyes cannot reach. A builder does not shout while the foundation is being laid. He works low. He works deep. And what he builds there decides everything that stands afterward. That is what I have been doing in you. Depth that only forms under pressure. Endurance that only grows through uncertainty. A kind of compassion that cannot be taught, only grown in someone who suffered and still chose kindness. These things were being built in you through every season you thought was empty. So before we go on, I want something from you. Not effort, not performance, just openness. Let the guard down for the length of this message, Let me speak to the real you, the one I came for. What I have to say next will change how you see everything you have walked through. Declare your amen right now if your heart is open to receive this. You did not lose those years. I know it felt like loss. You are allowed to have felt that. I do not need you to pretend the hard things were comfortable or to perform a gratitude you do not fully feel yet. I can hold the truth of how difficult it has been. Bring it to me as it actually was. But let me show you what was happening in the middle of it. Something is being formed in your life right now that is going to surprise you when it becomes visible. It will not announce itself loudly. It will arrive the way I usually arrive, quietly, with a rightness to it that your spirit will recognize before your mind can explain it to anyone else. And when it comes, you will look back at this exact moment. You will understand that this was the day the season started to turn, not because you finally did something right, because the appointed time arrived, and I never miss an appointed time. Now I want to talk about the thing you are most tired of explaining. You have a situation, a specific one, something that has gone on long enough that you stopped mentioning it to people because you learned what their faces do when you bring it up again. You know the responses, the carefully worded kindness from someone who has clearly moved on from it in their own mind, even if you have not been able to. The friends who stopped asking because they assumed it must have resolved. The ones who offered advice so wide of the mark that you felt more alone after the conversation than before it. So you learned to carry it quietly, not because it stopped mattering, because talking about it cost you something and gave you very little back. And the loneliness of that particular silence is its own specific pain. It is not the loneliness of being alone. It is the loneliness of being surrounded by people who love you and still being completely unseen in the thing that matters most. It is living a life that looks steady from the outside and feels like barely surviving from the inside. It is performing wellness so consistently that you almost believe the performance yourself, except in the moments when you could not anymore. I need you to hear something about those moments. I was in all of them. Every one you got through. Every one you barely got through. Every one you cannot fully account for, where you look back and honestly wonder where the strength came from. I know where it came from. I was underneath everything. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping things from breaking that would have broken without my hand on them. You called it resilience. You called it pushing through. You did not always have a name for it, but I know what it was. It was my grace, given freely because you are mine. And the situation itself, the one you stopped explaining, I have not stopped working on it. Hear that clearly. People moved on from it. I did not. Their attention faded. Mine never wavered. While you were learning to carry it silently, I was arranging things around it that you could not see. You do not need to convince me it matters. You do not need to find fresh words for a prayer you have prayed 100 times. I heard it the first time. I have heard it every time. The repetition never bored me. Each time you brought it back to me, I saw a person who refuses to stop believing, and that refusal moves my heart more than eloquence ever could. I want to tell you what your endurance has been doing. Every day you kept going, something was being established in you. Not just survival, authority. There is a kind of trust that can only be spoken about by someone who has walked through the dark with it. You are becoming someone whose words about me will carry weight, because they were paid for. There are people you have not yet met who will need what you are carrying. They will need someone who understands the long silence, the unanswered question, the year that would not end. When you speak to them, something in them will steady. That is not an accident. That is design. So do not despise the length of the road. The road was doing something. Not everything painful was sent by me. Hear that plainly. I do not deal in cruelty, but nothing that touched you was wasted by me either. I take what was meant to break you and I fold it into your strength. That is one of the things I do best. You have asked me why more than once. Why this situation? Why this long? Why you? I will not pretend the full answer fits into words you can hold right now, but I will give you the part you can hold. You were never being ignored. You were never being punished. And you were never, not for 1 hour of one day, walking that road by yourself. There is a morning coming when this situation will no longer be the first thing your mind reaches for when you wake. That is hard to imagine from where you stand. Imagine it anyway. The weight that has defined this season will not define the next one. I am telling you this ahead of time so that when it happens, you will know it was me. You have kept your grip on hope with tired hands for a long time. I honor that. Now let my grip matter more than yours. You were never the one holding this together. Let that truth take some weight off your shoulders today. It was always me, and I am not letting go. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching the deep places of your spirit. Now I want to speak about the guilt you carry alongside everything else. Because it is there, is it not? The particular guilt of someone who believes, but does not always feel their belief. Who knows what they are supposed to feel in a moment of worship and sometimes feels nothing? Who has prayed the same prayer so many times that it started to sound like words spoken into an empty room? You carry a low, quiet shame about the gap between the faith you show the world and the faith you actually feel on the inside. You have wondered if I am disappointed in you. You have watched people who seem to worship with uncomplicated joy and felt something in your chest that was part admiration and part grief. A grief you did not know how to name, because naming it felt like admitting something you were not sure you were allowed to admit. Let me be direct with you about this. I am not disappointed in you. I have never been disappointed in you. What I see when I look at you is not someone failing to perform faith correctly. I see someone walking through something truly difficult, reaching for me with whatever they have available, and coming back even when coming back takes everything. That is not thin faith dressed up as something better. That is some of the realest faith I have ever seen. Real faith is not the kind that only appears when it feels easy. Real faith is the kind that keeps showing up when it costs something, and yours has cost you a great deal. Feelings rise and fall like weather. Faith is not weather. Faith is the ground you stand on while the weather changes. On the days you felt nothing and still turned toward me, your faith was not smaller. It was purer. It was faith with nothing propping it up. Heaven sees those days differently than you do. And because faith is proven by what it is willing to place in my hands, I want to invite you into an act of trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me keep speaking to your heart, because there is more I want you to understand about who you are to me. What I am building in you today is not a feeling that fades by tomorrow morning. I am not interested in giving you a brief lift that leaves you needing another one next week. What I am building is structural. a knowing that does not depend on circumstances to stay standing, a foundation that holds even when everything above it is shaking. It begins with the truth about who you are, not the name your failures tried to give you, not the label placed on you by people who were themselves wounded and passed the wound along without knowing it, not the verdict your hardest season tried to hand down on your worth, not the voice that speaks in the worst moments of a bad day and says things about you that you would never say to someone you love. Here is what I say about you. You are wanted, not tolerated, not managed, not kept around because removing you would be complicated. Wanted. I chose you specifically, not because you were the strongest candidate, not because no one else was available. I looked at all of who you are, the broken places and the beautiful places and the places that are somewhere in between, and I said, this one. Through this one, I am building something. Now I want to speak to the pressure you feel around provision. I know the specific texture of it. It is not only about what you have or do not have. It is about what the shortage says. It is the voice underneath the numbers telling you that you should be further along by now, that something must be wrong with you, because the strain keeps returning to this same area of your life, that you have prayed about this too long and maybe I am not moving on it after all. I am moving on it. I am not looking at your situation from a distance, offering you comfortable words about provision in general. I am in the details, the specific ones, the amounts, the dates, the decisions you have been turning over at night. Nothing about your need is too small for my attention or too large for my hand. Something is opening right now that is going to shift what is possible for you. It will not necessarily arrive the way you have pictured it. What I send often surprises people with its shape, but when it comes, you will recognize it. It will carry a timing that could not have been arranged by human hands, and a rightness your spirit will know before your mind can process it. So do not close your hands. Keep them open. Keep your heart expectant. There is a posture of receiving and a posture of bracing, and they cannot be held at the same time. You have been braced for disappointment for so long that it feels like wisdom. It is not wisdom. It is a wound pretending to be wisdom. Let it go. I am bringing something toward you. I need you ready to receive it, not standing guard against the hope of it. The person who expects nothing protects themselves from nothing. They only make sure that when goodness arrives, it finds them looking the other way. Do not be looking the other way. Look up. Watch for me. There is something else I need to say to you, and I need you to listen closely. I have been trying to reach you, not just today, for a long time now. And I want to show you the ways, because once you see them, you will not be able to unsee them. I spoke to you through thoughts that came suddenly and would not leave, thoughts that asked questions your heart could not ignore, thoughts that made you pause in the middle of your routine and wonder why you felt unsettled when everything seemed fine on the outside. You reasoned them away. You called them stress, imagination, coincidence. It was me, planting seeds, awakening something, inviting you to look deeper. I spoke to you through doors that closed when you thought they would open, opportunities you expected that slipped away, plans you made carefully that did not unfold the way you hoped. You wondered why progress felt slow. You questioned whether I was listening. But I was speaking through those very delays, saying, wait, when you wanted to hear go. Those pauses were not empty. They were full of my protection. Some of the doors that closed in your face were doors I closed with my own hand, because I could see down the corridor behind them, and you could not. One day I will show you what stood on the other side of some of those doors. On that day you will thank me for every one that did not open, and more than once you felt the pull toward me. You sensed me near. You recognized the invitation toward something deeper. And then you stepped back. Not because you did not care, because you were afraid, because you were tired, because you were unsure of what answering might require of you. I understood. I saw your hesitation, and I did not walk away. I stayed close even when you stepped back. But hear me now. The season of stepping back is ending. Not because I am running out of patience. My patience does not run out. It is ending because you are ready now in ways you were not before. Your questions have changed. Your prayers have matured. Your awareness has sharpened. This word could not have come earlier because you would have misheard it. It comes now because you are finally able to receive it fully. Let me describe what the distance has been doing so you can recognize it. You wake restless without knowing why. You lie awake in the smallest hours, wondering why sleep does not restore you anymore. Small things unsettle you more than they used to. A conversation that would not have bothered you before now circles in your mind for hours. Decisions that once came with peace now feel heavy. You second-guess yourself more than before. You ask for opinions on things you used to know instinctively. Your days are full, but your heart feels empty. You are active without feeling aligned, moving without arriving, functioning without flourishing. You smile through the day and then sit in silence when it ends, questioning everything. You show up for others and quietly wonder who shows up for you. You give encouragement you struggle to receive. You point people toward hope you have half stopped expecting for yourself. This is not punishment. I want that to be unmistakably clear. This is not me being cruel or distant. This is what happens when a soul drifts from its anchor. The unease you feel is not a sentence. It is a signal. It is your spirit telling you the truth your schedule has been drowning out. Something in you knows where home is, and it aches when you live too far from it. And the confusion that has felt thicker for you lately, the fog over your decisions, the sense that clarity keeps slipping through your fingers. Hear me. That fog is not who you are. It is not your portion. It is not your inheritance. I am lifting it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, something in your mind is settling that has been unsettled for a long time. Clarity is being restored to you. Not all at once. I rarely work all at once. But the direction you have been missing is returning. The next step is becoming visible. And I will tell you what I tell all my children about next steps. You do not need to see the whole road. You only need to see the next step and take it. I am not asking you to fix everything. I am not asking you to have all the answers. I am asking you to stay, to listen, to open your heart just enough to let me keep speaking. That is all. The rest is my work, and I have never once failed to finish my work. But I will be honest with you about timing, because I love you too much to stay silent. Some things are available now that will not be available in the same way later. Not because I withdraw. I do not withdraw. But seasons change, circumstances move, people move. There is a rhythm to what I am doing in your life, and this moment is part of that rhythm. Postponing has felt safe to you. It is not safe. It only spreads the cost out so thinly that you do not notice yourself paying it. Every season you spend waiting for easier does not come, and something quietly dims. I am not warning you to frighten you. I am warning you the way a father warns a child near the edge of something. out of love, only love. So let today be the day the postponing ends, not with a dramatic vow, with a small, real turning, a heart that says, I am done keeping you at a distance. That is enough. That is all I have ever needed from you. Give me that opening and watch what I do with it. Now I want to speak to what you carry in your body. A pain that has been present too long. A diagnosis that changed how you see your future. A physical weariness that rest has not been able to touch. Something in your body that has been narrowing the space of what feels possible. I see your body, not just your spirit. I am present in the physical reality of your life, not only the unseen part of it. I form the frame you live in, and I have not forgotten how it works. I am at work in bodies right now doing things that human understanding does not have clean categories for. And some of the people receiving this word today are among those whose bodies will tell a story with my name on it. So I want you to do something simple. Place your hand on the place that carries the most pain. Do it quietly and tell me you trust me with it. That is the entire prayer. I do not need a long and carefully worded request. I need the honest, simple prayer of a person who is hurting and believes I am able. That kind of prayer moves me every single time. Now let me go where fewer voices are willing to go. I want to talk about the relationships that left marks on you. The ones that were supposed to be safe and were not. The person you gave the most vulnerable parts of yourself to, who handled that trust carelessly. The love that was real but broken in ways that wanting could not fix. The friendship that dissolved and left a gap you were not expecting. The family member whose words did something in you that you are still working through years later. You have brought these to me in moments you may not have recognized as prayer. The late-night replays. The conversations you have gone over and over searching for what you should have done differently. The quiet anger you have almost, but not entirely, released. I was in those moments. I heard you, even when you were not sure you were speaking to me. I want to say something specific about the pattern you are afraid of. The one that makes you wonder if certain kinds of hurt will just keep finding you. If there is something in you that draws the wrong things or drives away the right ones. Hear my verdict on that pattern. It is not your identity. It is not a sentence on your future. What was learned can be unlearned, and I have been working in you in this area longer than you know. The version of you who accepted less than you were worth, because some part of you had decided that was all you deserved, is already being replaced. You will see the evidence in what you say yes to, and in what you finally feel settled enough to say no to. The shift is already underway. It simply does not announce itself before it becomes visible. I also need to speak to the unforgiveness, not the hot kind. You moved past the hot kind long ago. I mean the cold kind. The compressed, quiet residue you labeled as finished because you stopped talking about it out loud. The pocket of something that still tightens when a certain name comes up, or a certain memory surfaces, or someone describes a situation that rhymes with yours. You are a little ashamed of still having this. You know what I have asked of you, and you are not sure you have fully done it. I am not coming to you with accusation. I am coming with something more useful. The truth about how forgiveness actually works. Real forgiveness is not something you produce by trying harder. It is not a decision you make once and then feel continuously. It grows in you when you stop trying to carry the offense yourself and bring it honestly to me. When you say, I cannot make myself be done with this. I need you to do something in my heart that I cannot do on my own. That is the prayer that works, not the one where you command yourself into a feeling. the one where you come to me empty-handed and ask for help. Bring me the thing you almost, but not quite, let go of. I will carry the rest of it, and the space it leaves behind will not stay empty. I will fill it with a piece that makes more sense of what happened than the holding on ever could. Understand why this matters so much to me. It is not that I am keeping score of your obedience. It is that unforgiveness is a weight tied to your ankle by someone who is not even walking beside you anymore. They are gone, and you are still carrying the heaviest thing they left behind. I want it off you, not for their sake, for yours. And when it lifts, you will notice things you had stopped noticing. Sleep will come easier. Certain rooms will feel lighter. Certain memories will lose their sting without losing their lessons. Forgiveness does not rewrite the past. It releases the past's grip on your future. That release is part of the restoration I am bringing you. Do not be discouraged if the letting go happens slowly. Some chains fall off in a moment. Others loosen little by little, day by day, prayer by prayer. Both are my work. What matters is the direction, not the speed. Keep bringing it to me, and one day you will reach for the old weight and find it gone. Because that is what this season is, hear the word clearly. Restoration. I am about to restore what you lost. Not always in the original form. Some things return as they were. Others return transformed, larger, in shapes you did not expect. But the substance of what was taken from you, the peace, the confidence, the closeness, the joy, the years that felt swallowed, I restore. It is one of my oldest promises, and I have never broken a promise. Say, I trust you, Lord, if you believe restoration is written over your life. Let me speak now about your desires, the specific ones, the things you want that you stopped saying out loud, because saying them and then not receiving them is a particular kind of grief you would rather not repeat. You still have them, even the ones you tried to talk yourself out of. Even the ones you were told were not realistic, not appropriate, not in line with what your life looks like now. You still want what you want, and some part of you carries a low shame about the wanting itself, as though the right spiritual posture would be to release it all and arrive at a perfect peace about whatever comes. Hear me on this. I placed those desires in you. The longings you carry are not evidence that something is wrong with you. They are evidence of what I have been preparing to bring. The hunger and the fulfillment come from the same source, from me. And I do not place a hunger in someone for something I have no intention of satisfying. I do not work that way. I am not that kind of God. The specific things your heart has held on to are not foolish. They are not too much. They have not been forgotten just because the timing has been different from what you expected. Watch for them to arrive differently than you pictured, because that is almost always how I move. Not through the door you were watching, through the one you stopped checking, but when it opens, your spirit will know. The recognition will come before the explanation. Now let me tell you where you are standing, because you cannot see it from inside your own life. There is a shift already in motion. It is not coming because you finally earned it, or got everything right, or found the correct spiritual formula. It is coming because one season is giving way to another. There is a season of forming and a season of fruit, and they always come in that order with me. A field lies quiet before it feeds anyone. Yours has lain quiet long enough. What is approaching is not simply an improvement in your circumstances, though those are shifting too. What is coming is a different way of being inside your own life. A mind that rests more easily, a heart that is less defended, a spirit with more room in it, because it has released things it was never meant to hold permanently. A joy is coming that does not need everything to be going well in order to exist. It will not be sourced from your circumstances. It will be sourced from knowing who I am, and from the settled certainty that I am with you and nothing can change that. That kind of joy cannot be taken by bad news, because it was never given by good news. You are going to look at yourself in a season not far from now and be surprised. Not mainly by what changed around you, though that will be real. By what changed inside you. By the person you became while you were so focused on surviving that you did not notice you were also growing. The steadiness you carry now, the depth of your presence, the quality of peace in you that people will feel before you explain a word of it. That transformation is the work I am most pleased with. Not what I am placing in your hands from the outside. What I have been growing in you from the inside. Anyone can be handed things. Not everyone can carry them. You are being made into someone who can carry what is coming, and that making is nearly complete. Now let me return to the word I spoke over you, restoration. I want you to understand how far it reaches. The confidence that was chipped away, conversation by conversation, year by year. I restore it. The trust that was broken by people who should have guarded it. I rebuild it carefully so that you can love again without flinching. The sense of purpose that quietly leaked out of your days. I return it clearer than it was before. Even the time. I know how you grieve the time. The years you feel were swallowed by the struggle. The seasons you spent just holding on while others seemed to build and flourish. Hear my promise. I am the God who repays the years. Not by turning the calendar back. By making the years ahead so fruitful that the arithmetic of your life stops making sense. More will grow in a short season with me than was lost in a long season without, and there is fruit ahead of you that will reach beyond you. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you bring to me when no one is listening. What I am doing in you is not sealed inside you. Blessing moves through a person like water through a channel. As you are restored, restoration will begin to touch the lives connected to yours. You will see changes you prayed for and stopped expecting. Watch for them. Do not try to calculate how all this will happen. Calculation is not your assignment. Trust is your assignment. The steps between here and there belong to me, and I have already numbered them. Your part is today. Walk with me today, and let me be the one who joins the days together. And walk lightly. You have been walking braced, shoulders tight, waiting for the next blow. That way of walking made sense in the season you came from. It does not fit the season you are entering. The ground ahead of you is not a trap. It is a path, and I laid it myself, and I do not lay paths that lead my children nowhere. You wondered sometimes whether you had disqualified yourself somewhere along the way, whether one of those wrong turns took you off the map of what I could bless. My child, you were never off my map. There is no off my map. Every place you wandered, I had already been. Every detour you regret, I had already measured. And the path from exactly where you stand to exactly what I promised is already built. Now receive what I am speaking over you. These are not wishes. These are declarations from my mouth, and my word does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. So let each one land on you like rain on dry ground. May clarity fill your mind until confusion has no room left to stand. May decisions come to you wrapped in peace instead of anxiety. May direction announce itself so plainly that doubt loses its voice. May you walk in such certainty that hesitation becomes a stranger to you. May wisdom guide you, may discernment guard you, and may the next step always be visible when your foot is ready to take it. May every door that is meant to open swing wide before you finish knocking. May favor walk into rooms ahead of you and prepare them for your arrival. May the right people cross your path at the right moments. May friendships form that strengthen your calling. May isolation break off your life, and may you find yourself surrounded by souls who see you, truly see you, in the places where you have felt unseen for so long. May provision reach you from directions you never thought to watch. May what you owe shrink and what you carry multiply. May lack become a fading memory and generosity become your daily joy. May you have enough to live, enough to give, and enough left over to be astonished. May the resources that reach your hands match the assignment I have placed on your life. May strength return to your body. May energy be restored to you. May pain lose its grip and healing move through you until you feel the difference, and others ask, what changed? May wholeness define you, in your frame, in your mind, in your heart. May rest actually rest you again. May the ones you love walk into answers you have carried in prayer for years. May old patterns that have troubled your family lose their power, and may blessing take their place. May what I am doing in you become an inheritance that outlives you, reaching people you will never meet, in years you will never see. May your obedience today plant orchards for tomorrow. Let all of that settle on you now. Do not argue with it. Do not inspect it for reasons it cannot be true. Receive it the way ground receives rain, without negotiating. And before I finish, there is something I want to tell you that I do not think you have heard enough. I am proud of you. Not of a performance. Not of the version of you that has everything together. I am proud of the actual you, the one who has walked through a hard season and has not stopped walking, the one who finds the way back to me even when finding the way back takes more effort than it should, the one who is still here, still listening, still believing at some level that this voice is real and this conversation matters. That is not a small thing. Do not let anyone tell you it is a small thing, including your own mind on its worst days. You are still here. That is an act of faith. And it is the act of faith I am answering in this moment. I have not moved away from you in the seasons that felt quiet. I was not further from you in the moments you felt most alone. I was exactly this close the entire time, waiting for the moment you would be still enough to feel it. This is that moment. What I want you to carry out of this is not a temporary lift that fades by morning. I want you to carry a settled knowledge. You are loved with a love that does not move. A love that does not have better days and worse days. A love that does not rise with your progress or fall with your failures. A love that was set on you from the beginning and has not wavered once since. Let that love hold you now. You are safe. You are known. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not too broken for what you have been hoping for. What is coming in your life is better than what the fear has been telling you to expect, and it is closer than you have allowed yourself to believe. The shift is already in motion. The forming season is ending. The fruitful season is beginning. And you are entering it differently than you entered the last one, because something in you has changed, is changing, and will keep changing as you stay close to me. So stay close. That is my final word to you today. Not a task, not a standard to meet, an invitation. Come back to me tomorrow and the day after, in words or in silence, in strength or in weariness. Come as you are every time. The door between us has no lock on your side to be ashamed of. It stands open. It will always stand open. When the old fear whispers again at 3 a.m, and it may, answer it with what you heard today. Say, I am not forgotten. Say, my door is still open. Say, the one who made me has never once looked away from me. The fear cannot survive in the presence of those words, because those words are true, and it is not. And when the enemy of your soul reminds you of your past, do what my children have always done. Remind him of your future. You are not the person who was left behind. You are the person who was being made ready. There is a difference, and all of heaven knows it, and soon you will know it too. Walk out of this moment lighter than you walked in. Leave here what you have been carrying that was never yours to carry. Take from here what I have spoken, every promise, every declaration, every word of love, and let it work in you quietly through the days ahead. My word is like seed in soil. You will not see it working. And then one morning, you will see nothing but the harvest. I love you, not the cleaned-up version of you. You. As you are, where you are, with everything you carry and everything you hope. That has always been true. It will always be true. Nothing you have done and nothing done to you has ever made it less true. Now go into your day and take me with you, because I am going with you either way. This conversation does not end here. It simply changes form. I am in the morning you wake into. I am in the room where the hard thing waits. I am in the quiet at the end of the day. Listen for me. I will not stop speaking to the heart that wants to hear. Say, yes, Lord, I receive it all if you are ready to walk forward with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment, my child. Whatever your hands are holding, let it rest. Because what I am about to tell you will change the way you see everything you have walked through. While I was preparing this word for you, I paused over your life. Something I saw in you made all of heaven grow quiet. Not something you planned. Not something you did to be admired. Something that rose out of you so naturally that you never guessed the weight it carried in the unseen world. I want you to hear this in stillness, because it will not settle into a hurried heart. This is not a word for a crowd. It is for you alone, the one whose heart is beating a little faster right now without knowing why. Your spirit recognizes my voice even while your mind is still deciding whether to believe. That quiet stirring you feel is not these words placing something new inside you. It is my spirit confirming what you have sensed for days. Let me tell you what I saw. Not long ago, you passed through one of the hardest stretches of your road. Something came against you that seemed designed to break you. The wrong done to you was real. It was not imagined, and it was not small. The person who hurt you gave you every reason to answer in kind. Anyone who knew the whole story would have understood if you had turned cold or cruel, or simply walked away. In that moment, your own nature was shouting at you. It told you to repay what you had received. It told you to defend yourself, to expose them, to let the fire in your chest have its way. Every reasonable voice inside you argued for anger, and anger would have been easy to excuse. But something deeper in you chose another road. You held your tongue when a single sentence could have wounded them. You covered them when you could have laid their failure bare before others. You stayed and tried again when leaving would have cost you nothing in the eyes of anyone. You answered a real injury with a real mercy. and heaven does not pass over a thing like that. Hear me carefully, because I want you to understand why this mattered so much. Hearts tend to move in patterns, and those patterns have not changed since the beginning. Wound a person, and they grow hard. Betray them, and they reach for revenge. Treat them unjustly, and bitterness takes the empty chair at their table. This is the ordinary way of flesh, and I am not surprised by it. I have seen it in every generation. But once in a great while, a soul does something that breaks the pattern. A soul answers darkness with light, not because a crowd is looking on, but because of what lives in them. When that happens, it is not a small event in my sight. It moves me. And you, my child, made one of those moments happen. Understand, this is not about survival. Many people endure hardship through stubbornness or because they have no other choice, and I am gentle with them too. But what you did was different. You were struck and you blessed. You were wronged and you refused to become wrong yourself. You proved that what surrounds you does not get to decide what comes out of you. That is rare. Most souls can be read like the weather. Be kind to them and they warm. Be harsh with them and they turn to frost. Their insides rise and fall with whatever the day brings them. But you showed that nothing done to you has the power to turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Your character held from the inside, in the dark, under pressure, with no reward in sight. And here is what you could not have known. No audience stood near you in that moment. You were not performing for anyone, on earth or above it. You were simply being who you are when no one is looking. That is exactly why it carried such weight. A kindness rehearsed for onlookers is a shallow stream. A kindness that flows when the heart believes itself unseen comes from the deep places, and the deep places are where I look first. I searched your recent days the way a father reads a letter from a child he loves, slowly, missing nothing. I saw the battles inside you that no other living soul knows about. I saw the words you swallowed. I saw the nights you talked yourself out of bitterness one more time. I saw the mornings you rose and chose gentleness again with no evidence that it was working. Each of those choices was recorded. Not one of them fell to the ground. And I will tell you what I said over you in that hour, so you can carry it for the rest of your days. I said, this one reminds me why I made the human heart. Think slowly about that. The one who spoke light into being, who set the stars in their courses and measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, looked at your hidden choices and was moved. Even my messengers, the mighty ones who stand in my presence and carry out my commands, cannot do what you did. They serve me while beholding my glory. Obedience costs them little, for they live in the full light of what is true. But you serve me from behind a veil. You cannot see my face. You chose mercy without proof that mercy would win. You kept faith in the dark, where faith actually costs something. That is a glory the angels themselves stop to consider. So before I say anything more, I want you to receive this one truth and let it stand. You did not find this word by accident. I arranged this hour. I guarded it so that nothing would pull you away, because what I still have to say to you carries both a promise and a hard word, and you will need to hear them together. If you know somewhere beneath all your doubts that this word has found the right heart, then speak your amen to me now softly, as a child answers a father in the dark. Now let me show you something you have never been able to see, the part of your story that unfolded beyond your sight. Because when you chose kindness over righteous anger, you did not simply do a good deed. You struck a blow in a battle you did not even know you were fighting. There is a reason darkness presses so hard against a soul like yours. Its aim has never been merely to hurt you. Its aim is to change you. Every attack you have endured carried the same hidden purpose: to pull you down into bitterness, to teach your heart to hate, to make you answer poison with poison. For when a soul returns evil for evil, it steps out from under my covering and begins to move by the very power that seeks its ruin. That has been the strategy against you from the first day. But when you answered the attack with blessing, you overturned the whole scheme. Malice was sent toward you, and it found nothing in you to grip. Where love stands its ground, ill will cannot take root. It returns to the one who sent it. What was meant to wound you circled back upon its source, and you never lifted a hand. You disarmed your enemies with the one weapon they have no answer for. And here is what moved me even more deeply. This was not a trick you learned or a discipline you rehearsed. It rose from your nature. You are, at the root of you, merciful. Under pressure that would have soured most hearts, with almost no one standing beside you, mercy is simply what came out. When you were crushed, what spilled from you was not venom. That told me everything about what has been growing in you through all these hidden years. Then I looked further back across your road, and I found something that pleased me more than any single act could. A pattern. Your kindness in that hard moment was not a lonely island. Again and again, across seasons no one celebrated, you have chosen the harder right over the easier wrong. You told the truth when a lie would have been safe and unseen. You kept your word when keeping it cost you. You showed patience to people who never understood what it cost you, and may never thank you. You have been living like one of my chosen ones without knowing you were doing it. No applause, no certainty that any of it mattered. No sign in the sky telling you to continue. You did what was right for no other reason than that it was right, in small matters and in costly ones, when anyone would have excused you for less. That kind of steadiness, held over years and in secret, is the mark I search the whole earth to find. It is what separates a soul I can bless from a soul I can trust. So let me now open your eyes to what has already begun shifting around you, because heaven's regard is never idle. My favor moves. It leaves evidence. And when you learn to recognize the evidence, you will stop calling it coincidence. Consider first what has been happening to the schemes against you. Think back over these recent weeks. There were those who spoke against you, who worked quietly to see you fall, who sent ill will toward your life like arrows loosed at night. Now consider what has become of their plans. Efforts that should have succeeded came apart for no reason anyone can name. Matters they believed were firmly in hand slipped through their fingers. Doors they meant to shut against you would not stay shut. That is not luck, and it is not chance. When I am moved by a soul, my protection around that soul thickens like a wall. Arrows do not merely fall short of it, they turn. The trouble your enemies intended for you has been arriving at their own gates, and they cannot understand why. You may have noticed it already and wondered at it quietly. Now you know what you were seeing. Consider also the peace that has been finding you in the middle of the storm. By every reasonable measure, the weight you have carried lately should have flattened you. There were days when the ground shook under everything you had built, when anyone else would have been swallowed by dread. And yet, in the very center of it, a strange calm kept visiting you. Not because your problems dissolved. They did not. The calm came anyway, out of all proportion to your circumstances. That peace has no earthly explanation, and you know it. You have felt it and asked yourself where it could be coming from. It comes from me. It is the quiet that settles on a life when heaven is leaning close. I set it upon you like a hand on the shoulder of a soldier, so that you would know before any other proof arrived that you are not walking through this season alone, And there is more evidence still, which I will show you in a moment. Signs already present in your days that you have not yet read rightly. Your eyes are being opened in this very hour. But before I go on, I want something to be settled between us, plainly and without hurry. Everything I am telling you asks for one response. Not excitement, not curiosity, but trust. The kind of trust that keeps listening when the word turns hard, and keeps standing when the promise seems slow. I am not asking you to feel something. Feelings rise and fall like tides. I am asking you to set your heart, the way a builder sets a stone, and let it remain where you set it. For I have not come today only to comfort you. Comfort alone would leave you exactly where you stand, and I love you too much for that. I have come to lift you, to correct you, to prepare you, and to place something in your hands that you have stopped expecting. All of it is real, and all of it is nearer than you think. If your heart is open and you are willing to hear every word I have for you today, the gentle and the firm alike, then answer me now and say, "I am listening, Father." Then hear the rest of the evidence, because your life is already speaking, and I want you to understand its language. Notice how your seeing has sharpened. Decisions that once left you tangled for days have begun to resolve themselves quickly. Questions that sat in fog are standing now in morning light. You have found yourself simply knowing things, not through any voice from the clouds, but through quiet impressions, sudden understanding, a sureness in your chest that keeps proving right. That is not your imagination improving. That is my counsel reaching you along a channel that has been swept clear. I am guiding you more closely than before, and this is only the beginning of it. Notice, too, who has been leaving. Certain people have drifted out of your days, and certain doors have closed with a finality that startled you. Companions who drained you are gone. Arrangements that quietly held you back have dissolved. At the time, some of those departures stung like loss. But look again with the eyes I am giving you. I have been clearing the ground. A new season requires a cleared field, and I have been removing one by one whatever could not travel where you are going. Do not chase what I am carrying away from you. My hand is in the removal as surely as it will be in the arrival. And notice the sense that has been growing in you that something is near. You have felt an expectancy you cannot name, a leaning forward in your spirit, the way the air changes before rain. You have tried to dismiss it as wishful thinking, but it will not be dismissed. It returns at quiet moments and stands beside you. Trust it. Your spirit is sensing what your mind has not yet been told. Something is indeed approaching your life, and it is connected to everything I have been telling you in this hour. Now, before I open the next door of this word, I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the hinge on which everything ahead will turn. And trust, my child, is not proven by feelings. It is proven by the open hand. Long ago, I sat across from the treasury of my house and observed the people bringing their offerings. The wealthy came in their fine robes and gave from their overflow, and it cost them nothing, and it moved me not at all. Then came a widow with 2 small coins, all she had in the world, and she laid them down and walked away without ceremony. Heaven still tells her story. It was never the amount that stirred me. It was the open hand. An open hand is the sign of a heart that has stopped guarding itself against its own father. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what is really happening when a hand opens. It is not a transaction, and I am no merchant. It is a posture of the soul. The clenched hand says, "My security lies in what I can hold." The open hand says, "My security lies in the one who holds me." Between those two postures runs the whole difference between a life of quiet fear and a life of quiet power. I am forming the open hand in you, not only toward provision, but in every room of your life, because a hand that has learned to release is the only kind of hand that can fully receive. Abraham stood on a mountain with everything he loved bound upon the stones, and he did not withhold. And when I saw that his heart kept nothing back from me, I swore to him a blessing that is still unfolding upon the earth to this day. The measure of his trust became the measure of his inheritance. It has always worked this way in my kingdom. Not because I need anything from your hand, for the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, but because your release makes room. What you cling to stays the size of your grip. What you entrust to me enters my economy, where seed becomes harvest and 2 coins outweigh a treasury. So let this settle in you gently. I am not asking you for proof of your love. Your love is already known to me. I am inviting you into freedom, the freedom of a soul that has stopped negotiating with fear. Fear whispers that there will not be enough, that tomorrow must be hoarded against, that safety lives in the storehouse. But you have seen by now where fear leads. It leads to shrinking, and you were not made to shrink. Now, having spoken of trust, I must go further in, because this hour holds more than affirmation. I told you at the beginning that I carry 2 words for you today. The first you have been hearing. Heaven has been moved by you. Favor is gathering around you, and evidence of it already marks your days. That word is true, and nothing I say next will take 1 grain of it away. But there is a second word, and it is a firm one. I will not soften it, because you need it whole. A father who stays pleasant while his child drifts toward a cliff does not love that child. My firmness is my love wearing its working clothes. Something has happened in your life that must be set right, and I intend to set it right today, in this hour, before the blessing I have described comes into full view. Do not be afraid of what comes next. Correction from me never arrives to crush. It arrives to rescue. Stay with me now, exactly as you have stayed this far, and let me say the hard thing and the beautiful thing in the same breath, for they belong together, and both of them carry your name. Hear now the hard word. There was a moment not long past when you made a choice your own heart warned you against. You knew the line was there. You felt my hand pressing gently against your will in that moment, a resistance you could not explain, and you moved forward anyway. I was not absent when it happened, and I was not silent. Heaven saw it, and heaven does not pretend. Do not rush to defend yourself. Do not reach for the explanations you have been quietly rehearsing. I have heard every one of them already, and I know the truth that lies beneath them. This hour is not for argument. It is for honesty, and honesty is the only thing I require of you right now. Understand how it truly happened, because it did not begin where you think it began. It did not begin with your hands. It began with a thought. A thought arrived at the door of your mind, and it did not carry my peace, and you knew it did not. But instead of turning it away, you gave it a room to live in. You returned to it. You let it stay past the hour when you knew it should go, and the thought became a leaning, and the leaning became a decision, and the decision became an act. By small degrees, the way it always happens. No one falls all at once. They drift, one quiet warning at a time, each one a little easier to ignore than the last. And when it was done, you felt the change at once, though you told no one. The peace inside you turned unsettled. Your prayers grew heavier in your mouth. A low restlessness followed you from morning into night, and you called it stress, and you called it weariness. But your spirit knew its true name. That churning was your own heart telling the truth while your lips stayed silent. Now hear what my firmness is aimed at, and hear it clearly. It is not aimed at you. It is aimed at the road you had stepped onto, and at the slow ruin I could see waiting further along it. A shepherd who sees a wolf circling his flock does not whisper. He shouts. The sharpness in my voice today is a shepherd's shout, and every edge of it is protection. And mark this as well. I do not correct what means nothing to me. The field a farmer has given up on is the field he leaves alone. The one he walks, clears, and prunes is the one he expects a harvest from. You are being corrected because you are valued. This firm word is itself the proof that I have never let you go. Let me also tell you what your stumble did not do. It did not cancel your calling. It did not lower your worth by a single measure. It did not make me love you less, and it did not make me turn my face away. What it changed was your direction, and direction is what I have come to set right. A traveler on a wrong road is not worthless. He is simply headed somewhere he must not go, and I refuse to let you go there. The greatest danger before you now is not the stumble itself. It is pride. Pride will tell you this word belongs to someone else. Pride will murmur that it was not so serious, that everyone does it, that you can quietly manage it alone. Pride has walked stronger souls than you into places from which they never returned. Do not let it speak for you today. There is a weight resting on you as you hear this. I know you feel it. It is not condemnation. Condemnation crushes a soul into the dirt and leaves it there. What you feel is conviction, and conviction is a mercy. Confusion wanders in circles for years, but conviction points to one thing and says, "Here, this is the matter, deal with this." I have made it that clear because I refuse to let you miss it. Remember the shepherd king. He fell far harder than you have. He took what was not his and he covered it, and for a season he called the covering peace. But when my word finally cornered him, he did not argue. He spoke 4 plain words. I have sinned against you, and that broken honesty opened a door to mercy that his crown could never have purchased. I am listening for those 4 words from you. Not a performance of sorrow, not endless self-punishment. Just the plain truth from a plain heart, with nothing hidden behind your back. So here is the way home, and I ask you to walk it without skipping a single step, for the road back is shorter than you fear. But it must be walked honestly, or it is not walked at all. The first step is honesty with yourself. Name what happened fully, with no excuse stitched to it. Do not dress it up, and do not shrink it down. What is brought into the light loses its power to hide, and what stays hidden keeps its grip. Bring it out into the open before me, all of it, and you will feel its hold begin to loosen the very moment you do. As long as you defend the thing, you remain tied to the thing. You do not need to win an argument with me. You need only tell me the truth, and the truth is something I have already made a way through. The second step is to turn back to me deliberately, not casually. Do not think of me in passing, the way you think of the weather. Come to me on purpose. Speak to me plainly, in your own words, as a child speaks to a father he trusts. Then be still, and let the stillness do its slow, deep work. In that stillness, something will shift. The cold draft from that open door will fade. The churning will grow quiet. That is the sound of a door closing, my hand on the latch and your heart in agreement. What was opened in a careless moment is shut in a deliberate one. And there is a third step, the one most souls refuse, and I will not let you refuse it. You must forgive yourself, not excuse yourself. Forgive yourself. There is a difference, and your freedom depends on knowing it. Guilt that lingers after true repentance is not devotion. It is a weight I never asked you to carry, and it chains you to a moment I have already dealt with. If I have released you, who are you to keep yourself imprisoned? Lift your head. The account is settled, not by your suffering, but by my mercy. Your sorrow had its hour and did its honest work, and now its hour is over. From this day forward, dragging that failure behind you is not humility. It is unbelief, and I am asking you to lay it down. Understand also the difference between a mistake and a pattern, because everything ahead depends on it. A mistake is a single stumble on the road. A pattern is a road of its own, walked so many times that the feet no longer ask where they are going. What happened to you was a stumble. But underneath it, I saw a pattern beginning to form, and that is the deeper thing I am healing today. This was not the first time you felt that inner hesitation and stepped past it. You remember the other moments, even now. Each seemed small, but small compromises are seeds, and they grow in the dark as faithfully as good seed grows in a field. I am pulling this one up while the root is still shallow. That is not harshness. That is a gardener who knows what the full-grown plant becomes. Now the correction has done its work and my voice changes its labor. I begin to rebuild, and I will start with the one skill that would have spared you all of this, knowing my voice among all the others. Listen carefully, for what I teach you now will guard you for the rest of your days. My voice is not hard to find. It is only easy to drown. I speak in the quiet nudge before a decision. I speak in the sudden caution that has no visible reason. I speak in the thought that arrives carrying calm instead of pressure. You have heard me far more often than you realize. The work now is to know that voice so well that no counterfeit can imitate it. The way a shepherd's own flock will not follow a stranger. Here is the first mark of my voice, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your life. My guidance carries peace, not always comfort and not always ease, for I sometimes ask hard things. But even my hard words arrive on steady ground. When peace is present, you may move. When peace lifts, stop where you stand. Peace is not merely a feeling I give you. It is a signal I speak through. You felt that signal leave you in the very moment we have been speaking of. One breath there was stillness, and then there was churning, and you moved anyway. Never again treat that churning as a mood to push through. It is a sentry on your wall, and when the sentry calls out, the gates are to be shut, not argued with. Here is the second mark. My voice leads. It does not shove. The pressure that says now, quickly, before you think, before you pray, that urgency is almost never mine. I created time, and I am never late within it. When something is truly from me, it survives a pause. What cannot survive a pause was counting on your haste, and whatever counts on your haste fears your clarity. So build the pause into your life. Before the decision, before the answer, before the step, be still for one moment and ask me. Sometimes a single, honest breath is enough for the fog to lift. The stumble we have dealt with today happened in the space where that pause should have been. Guard that space from now on as you would guard a treasure. because that is what it is. Now hear me about your attention, for your attention is the gate of your whole life. Whatever you behold, you are slowly shaped by. Whatever you nourish grows, and whatever you starve weakens. There are voices and influences near you that seem harmless on the surface, yet each one leaves a residue, and residue builds. Some of what you have allowed close to you lately has been pulling you off course by slow degrees. I am not asking you to fear the world. I am asking you to keep the gate. Ask of everything that wants your attention one simple question. Does this leave me nearer to my Father or further away? The answer will come quicker than you expect. What you have lacked was never discernment. It was decision. Some things will need to be stepped away from, and I will show you which ones. Do not mourn them. This is not loss. It is pruning, and pruning is done only to branches meant to bear more fruit, never to branches that are finished. When the vine dresser cuts, the vine does not shrink. It readies. Guard also the words you speak inside yourself when no one is listening. That inner voice has been harsher to you than any enemy, harsher than I have ever been. It calls you a failure where I call you my child. It rehearses your worst day on an endless loop, while I have already thrown that record away. From today, when that voice speaks, answer it with what I say. Let your mind be renewed until your thoughts tell the truth, for that is what transformation actually is. Not effort piled upon effort, but a mind slowly retrained to agree with heaven. When your thoughts align with my truth, your choices follow without strain, the way a wheel follows the road. Fix the spring and the stream runs clean. And one word about discipline, because that word has been soured for you, and I want to restore its taste. Discipline is not restriction. Discipline is consistency, nothing more. It is choosing the same right thing on the gray, ordinary days that you chose on the shining ones. No one drifts into steadiness. It is built, one kept moment at a time, and I am building it in you now. You will not feel strong at first, and that is not failure. Strength of this kind grows as an oak grows, without noise, without a single dramatic day, yet immovable once the years have done their work. If you receive this correction with an open heart, and you are willing to be trained by it, whisper to me now, Father, teach me, I am yours. Now I must speak of the years, because the years have been a quiet wound between us. You have questions you stopped asking out loud. You buried them under politeness in your prayers, but I heard them anyway. Why has it taken so long? Why them and not me? Why do the ones who never sought you seem to run ahead while I stand still? You have stood at celebrations for people who began long after you and arrived long before you. You clapped for them with an ache behind your smile. You spoke blessing over them with a voice that did not shake. And then you went home and sat in the quiet and wondered what was wrong with you. I was present for every one of those evenings. Not one of them escaped me. And there were harder nights still. Nights you wondered whether you had misheard me all those years ago. Nights you turned the old promise over in your hands like a coin you could no longer spend. You never said it in those words. You did not have to. So let me answer the buried questions now plainly, as a father answers a grown child. The delay was never absence. There was not one day of those years when I was elsewhere. And the delay was never rejection. You measured my silence as distance, but it was nearer to the silence of a craftsman bent over his work, too intent to speak. Think of a field lying fallow through a long winter. To every passing eye, it is doing nothing. In truth, it is doing some of the most important work of its life. The ground rests and mends. What was spent is restored, And when sowing finally comes, that quiet field outbears every acre that was never given its season of stillness. Your hidden years were not empty years. They were fallow years, and the difference between those two words is as wide as a harvest. Think also of how a great house is built. For months, there is nothing to admire. The work goes downward before it ever goes upward, deep cuts into unseen ground, stones set below where any guest will ever look. A passerby sees a hole and calls it failure. The builder sees a foundation and calls it wisdom. The higher the walls are meant to rise, the longer the unseen work must take. Measure your years of obscurity by that rule and read them again. And those doors that closed against you, the ones you knocked on until your hands ached, you grieved them as losses, and some you have grieved for years. But I stood on the other side of those doors, and I saw what waited behind them. Had certain ones opened, you would have entered seasons that would have cost you far more than the delay ever did. I did not fail to open them. I refused to. There is a love inside a refusal that can only be seen from further down the road. As for the ones who ran past you, release them. Their road is not your road, and their harvest is not your harvest. The vine does not envy the wheat for being gathered first. Each is brought in at its own appointed time, and the later gathering is not the lesser one. Often it is the opposite. What ripens longest keeps longest. Let that settle your heart about every name that has ever made it ache. Here is what those years actually built, since you could not read the ledger. They built a compassion in you that ease could never have produced. You notice the overlooked now, because you know that seat. They built an endurance that does not snap at the first contrary wind. They taught you to keep trusting me with empty hands, a lesson the early blessed rarely learn. These are not consolation prizes. These are the exact tools of the assignment ahead of you. And one more thing the long road proved, and I want you to hear it named. You stayed. Bent, questioning, tired, sometimes barely, but you stayed. Do you know how rare that is? Many have walked away from me over lighter disappointments than yours. You carried yours into my presence again and again, and kept speaking to me from underneath it. Heaven does not overlook a faithfulness like that. It is written where nothing is ever lost. And now I tell you what this whole day has been leading toward. The fallow season is closing, not winding down slowly over years. Closing. The field has rested long enough. The foundation is cured and will bear the weight it was dug for. What I set in motion before you ever knew to ask for it is arriving at its appointed hour, and no hand in heaven or on earth can hold it back now. This is why the correction could not wait. This is why I interrupted your day, and why my voice has carried such fire. A man may drift in the middle of a long, flat road and lose little. He must not drift at the bend. You are at the bend, my child. Everything I have taught you in this hour, the honesty, the pause, the guarded gait, the steady discipline, all of it was fitted for what stands just ahead of you. I know the years have taught your heart to flinch at hope. I know you have braced yourself before, only to stand down again. So I'm not asking you to summon a feeling. I'm asking for something smaller and far greater. Take my word against the evidence of the years, on the strength of my voice alone, the way a sailor trusts the star he cannot touch. Then hear what is coming, because I do not send my children toward a horizon without telling them what to look for. The blessing I have prepared arrives in 3 streams, and when they reach you, you will recognize my hand and not call it luck. The first stream is sudden favor. Doors will begin opening that you never knocked on. A conversation that seems ordinary will turn, in a single sentence, into the connection your path required. People who never noticed you will find you resting on their minds and not know why. But you will know why. I go ahead of my children. I speak their names in rooms they have not yet entered. What years of striving could not force open, one appointed moment will. When it happens, do not stand doubting at the threshold. Recognize it, thank me, and walk through. The second stream is restoration, and it runs deeper than you expect. Things that were taken from you are coming back, and they do not return as they left. They return increased, the way seed returns as harvest. The seasons the devourer consumed I am repaying. Even dreams you buried will stir. There is a vision you once carried that circumstances put into the ground years ago. You mourned it and moved on. But in my hands, buried things have a way of becoming planted things. It is rising again, and it rises in a wiser form, fitted to who you have become. Yet understand the boundary of this promise. I restore what I ordain, not everything you have lost. What was removed from your life as a protection will stay gone. The third stream will surprise you most, because you have lived without it so long you have forgotten its taste. Deep peace, the tight band across your chest that you now call normal. The knot beneath your ribs that never fully unwinds. The thoughts that circle your bed at night like birds that will not land. I say to all of it, this is not your inheritance. A morning will come when you wake and the dread that usually greets you simply is not there. And the accusing voice that has trailed you for years, telling you that you are too late, too flawed, too far behind, its time is up. It will be crowded out by a truer voice saying what I have always said over you. You are mine, you are called, and no one is behind who walks in step with me. And mark my word about timing, I will not have you waiting vaguely. Look for the first evidence before this present season turns. Not the whole harvest at once, but the first fruit, the early sign, the unmistakable touch of my hand telling you the weather of your life has changed. When you see it, remember this hour, and remember that I named it before it came. When the streams begin to flow, remember what wells are for. This blessing is not sent so you can build a higher wall around a fuller house. It is sent to pass through you. There are people near you still deep in their own long winter, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names you have laid before me more often than your own. Your task is not to be their savior. It is to be their signpost, a living answer standing where they can see it. Some words are preached. The best ones are lived. The measure you use for others becomes the measure used for you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. One caution, and receive it as tenderly as I speak it. When favor comes quickly, the old pattern will whisper that you no longer need the pause, the stillness, the daily returning to me. Full hands drift more easily than empty ones. Keep the same nearness in harvest that you learned in famine. For the goal was never the streams. The goal was always the fountain. If ever you must choose between what fills your hands and what fills your soul, choose me, and you will find you have lost nothing worth keeping. And here is the final truth, the ground beneath every word of this day. You are chosen, not vaguely favored, not one face lost in a crowd, chosen deliberately, by name, for work that fits no other life but yours. Being chosen is not a decoration, it is an assignment. Consider whom I have chosen before, a stammering fugitive to stand before a king, a shepherd boy overlooked in his own father's house, a fisherman whose courage failed him in a courtyard. I have never chosen the polished. I choose the willing, and I do the polishing myself. often through the very corrections they feared would disqualify them. That is what today was. The fire in my voice was not the fire of rejection. It was the fire a refiner keeps close to the silver he intends to use. The tests will come. I have never lied to you. The old thought will knock again wearing new clothes. When those days arrive, do what you have learned. Stop. Breathe. Turn your heart toward me and wait for the steadiness. If peace holds, walk on. If peace lifts, stand still, though the whole world calls you foolish for standing. And if you stumble, do not vanish from me for weeks, as you once did. Come at once, come mid-fall if you can, for the door between us is never locked from my side. So rise now, my precious child. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and step back into your life as one who has been sent, not merely dismissed. I am before you to lead, behind you to guard, and within you to make you able. Not one day of what is coming will you walk alone. I have spoken, and my word does not return to me empty. If you are ready to rise and walk with me into everything I have prepared for you, declare your amen now, and let it stand as your answer.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
I have chosen someone for you. Their name is already written into the path I have laid beneath your feet. You have not seen it yet, but your spirit has begun to sense it. There is a reason your heart has been restless in ways you could not explain. There is a reason certain prayers kept rising from a place deeper than your thoughts could reach. I was stirring something. I was preparing you. Do not turn away from what I am about to speak into your life. This is not a passing moment. It is not something you will hear again in this same way. I am drawing near to you now because you are standing at the edge of a doorway that has been forming long before you noticed it. What waits on the other side is real. What waits on the other side carries weight, and it has your name on it as much as it has theirs. I know you have wondered. I know the silence in your nights has sometimes felt heavier than you let anyone see. You have carried questions about whether a lasting connection would ever find its way to you, or whether you would always be the one left standing on the outside of something you longed for. I have not been absent from those moments. I was present in every one of them, and I was already building the answer, even while you were still forming the question. The person I am speaking of is not a stranger to my plan. They are not someone who wandered into your future by accident. I placed them in the design of your life long before either of you understood it. And when your paths cross, there will be something inside you that knows. Something quiet, something certain, something that does not need to shout to be believed. It will rise in your chest like a breath you did not know you were holding. And the release of it will feel like the most natural thing you have ever experienced. Declare your faith now if this word has reached your spirit. You may have wondered why certain things did not work out. You may have replayed moments in your mind, searching for what went wrong, asking yourself if you could have done something differently. I want you to hear this clearly. Those endings were not punishments. They were protections. I closed those doors because what stood behind them would not have held you the way you needed to be held. I did not remove those connections to leave you empty. I removed them to make room. And now, that room is being filled, not with something fragile, not with something uncertain, but with something that has been tested in my hands before it ever reaches yours. This person has walked through their own fires. They have carried their own questions. And the very things that shaped them are the things that will allow them to meet you where you are, without flinching, without turning away. I did not design this connection for comfort alone. I designed it for purpose. When you stand together, something will shift, not just in your heart, but in the direction of your life. You will look back at the roads you have walked, the valleys you thought would break you, and you will see a line that runs through all of it, a single thread pulling you toward this very moment. This is not something I do lightly. I do not arrange lives on a whim. Every encounter, every loss, every season of quiet endurance has been a brushstroke on a larger work. And now that work is nearing completion. Not the end of your story, but the beginning of a chapter that will redefine the ones before it. I know your instinct may be to guard yourself. I know that trust does not come easily after what you have carried. But hear me when I say this. What I am bringing to you now is not built from the same materials that failed you before. This is different ground, and the foundation has already been tested. Stay with me. There is more I need to say to you, and what comes next will settle things in your spirit that have been unsettled for far too long. The name that belongs to this person is not something you will need to chase. It will come to you. It will arrive in a way that makes your spirit pause, not with fear, but with a recognition so deep it will feel as though you have always known it, even when your mind tells you otherwise. You have been asking for a sign. You have been whispering prayers into the dark, hoping something would answer back with clarity instead of silence. I am answering now. Not all at once, because that is not how I work. I reveal things the way dawn breaks, gradually, gently, until what was hidden becomes impossible to miss. Do not rush ahead of what I am doing. Do not try to manufacture a result before the ground is ready. There is a difference between being eager and being impatient, and I need you on the side of trust. What is yours will not pass you by. I am guiding it directly to you, but the timing is mine, and the timing is precise. I have watched you move through seasons where you gave more than you received. I have seen how carefully you held on to hope, even when nothing around you seemed to justify it. That was not foolishness. That was the mark of a spirit that still believes, despite everything. And that belief has not gone unnoticed. It has been weighed, and it has been honored, and it is the very thing that has brought you here, to this exact place where what I am building is about to become visible. So listen closely. Let nothing around you pull your attention from what I am speaking. What I have set aside for you is already in motion, and the name attached to it is closer than you think. There is a reason I am not showing you the full picture all at once. If I laid everything before you in a single moment, you would try to control it. You would grip it with both hands and shape it according to your understanding. But your understanding, as honest as it may be, is still limited by what you have already lived through. I see further. I see the full arc of what this is meant to become, and I am asking you to walk with me into it, one step at a time. This person I have chosen for your life is not walking the same road you have walked before. They carry something different, not in the way the world measures difference, but in the way your spirit will feel it. There will be a steadiness about them that does not waver when pressure comes, and that steadiness is not something they manufactured. It is something I built into them through everything they have endured. You will notice it in the way they speak to you. Not loud, not performing, but measured and honest. You will notice it in how they hold space for your silence without rushing to fill it. And you will notice it in the way your own breathing slows when you are near them, as though something inside you has finally been given permission to rest. That is not coincidence. That is design. I want you to understand something about the way I bring people together. I do not match surfaces. I do not pair what looks compatible on the outside and leave the inside to chance. I go deeper. I look at the fractures, the longings, the places where strength was forged through suffering. And I align those hidden contours with someone whose own shape fits the spaces you carry. This is why it will feel different. This is why it will feel right in a way nothing before it ever did. Say it aloud. Say, I believe, if your heart is receiving what I am telling you. There have been connections in your past that drained you. You gave freely, and what came back was silence, or confusion, or words that did not match actions. You learned to read people carefully because trust had cost you before. I watched that happen. I saw the walls go up. I did not condemn you for building them. But now I am asking you to let me walk through them, because what I am bringing requires an open gate, not a locked one. This does not mean you abandon wisdom. It means you allow trust to lead where fear once stood guard. I am not asking you to be reckless. I am asking you to be willing. There is a wide distance between the two, and I need you standing on the side of willingness. The gate does not need to swing wide open all at once. It simply needs to be unlocked. And my hand is already on the latch. The name that is approaching will arrive without force. You will not have to search for it. It will appear in your awareness the way a word surfaces when you have been trying to remember something for days. And then suddenly, without effort, it is there. That is how I move. I do not impose. I reveal. And what I reveal carries the weight of certainty, because it was never uncertain to begin with. Pay attention to what repeats. Pay attention to what keeps returning to your thoughts when you have not invited it. This is not your mind playing tricks. This is me pointing. I leave markers on your path the same way a river cuts marks into stone, not with violence, but with patience, over time, until the shape is unmistakable. You are closer to this than you think. And the distance between where you are and where this connection begins is not measured in months or years. It is measured in readiness. When your heart reaches the place I have been preparing it for, the door will open, not slowly, not halfway, fully. There is something else I want to address, because I know it sits in the back of your mind even when you try to push it aside. You have wondered whether you deserve this. You have looked at your own history and questioned whether someone like you could receive something this significant. I need you to hear me clearly. Your past does not disqualify you. The mistakes you have made do not erase what I have written for your future. I do not hold those things over you. I have already released them. The question is whether you will release them too. Let go of the verdict you have placed on yourself. It does not carry my signature. I never wrote it. And it has no authority over what I am about to do in your life. You are worthy of this, not because you earned it, but because I declared it. And what I declare does not bend to the opinions of those who do not know the full story. This person will not come to you asking for proof of your worth. They will not weigh your past on a scale and decide whether you measure up. That is not how I designed them to see you. They will look at you the way I do, with understanding that goes beneath the surface, with a patience that does not flinch at what is honest and imperfect. And in that space between two people who are not pretending, something real will take root. I am telling you this now because the ground is almost ready. What has been tilled in secret is about to break through into the open. And when it does, I do not want you standing at a distance, watching from a place of hesitation. I want you close. I want you present. I want you ready to receive it with open hands instead of folded arms. The time for standing back has ended. The time for stepping forward has arrived. You have spent long stretches of time making yourself smaller so that others could feel comfortable. You have bent your words, softened your needs, and swallowed your own voice to keep the peace in places that were never peaceful to begin with. I saw all of it. I saw the cost. And I am telling you now that the person I am bringing into your life will not require you to shrink. They will not ask you to hold back the fullness of who you are. They will not need you to perform a version of yourself that is easier to manage. When you speak, they will listen. When you are still, they will stay. That is what it looks like when I arrange a connection rather than leave it to chance. There is something in you that already recognizes this truth. You can feel it stirring beneath the doubt, beneath the questions, beneath the habit of guarding yourself from disappointment. That stirring is not anxiety. It is anticipation. Your spirit knows what your mind has not yet caught up with. And that is why I am asking you to trust what you feel, even before you can explain it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I have been working in places you could not see. Behind the closed doors, beneath the failed conversations, within the silence that sometimes felt like abandonment, I was there. I was not standing idle. I was removing what needed to be removed and strengthening what needed to remain. Your life is not random. The people who left were not losses without logic. They were departures I permitted because their season was complete. And this new season, the one you are stepping into now, requires a different kind of foundation. It requires two people who have been refined, rather than two people who have simply found each other by accident. That is the difference between what I build and what the world offers. What I build holds. What I build endures. And what I am building between you and this person is meant to last beyond the first season of difficulty, beyond the first disagreement, beyond the first moment when the initial wonder settles into the rhythm of daily life. You may feel a shift in the coming days. It may be subtle at first. A name that catches your attention, a face that stays in your memory longer than it should, a conversation that lingers hours after it ends. These are not distractions. These are markers. I place them in your path so that when the full picture becomes clear, you will remember that I was pointing toward it all along. Do not dismiss what feels significant. Do not explain away the moments that make your spirit pause. Those pauses are not accidents. They are invitations to look closer, to listen more carefully, to pay attention in ways you have not been accustomed to paying attention. I am sharpening your awareness because what is coming requires you to recognize it when it arrives. And recognition requires a spirit that is awake, not dulled by distraction or clouded by cynicism. There is a difference between hoping for something and being positioned to receive it. Hope is important, but position is essential. I have been moving you into position without your awareness. The internal shifts you have experienced, the changing priorities, the fading interest in things that once consumed you, all of that is part of my repositioning. You are being aligned, and alignment is not comfortable. It requires the release of things you have held tightly. But what waits on the other side of that release is worth more than what you are being asked to let go. I promise you that. Not with empty words, but with the full authority of everything I am. What I am bringing into your life will prove itself in time. And it will not require you to defend it or justify it. It will stand on its own. I know you are listening. I know something inside you has not moved from this moment. That is because this word was not meant to pass over you lightly. It was meant to land, and it has landed. Now hold on to it. Do not let the noise of tomorrow drown out what I have spoken to you here and now. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, and that is not cause for alarm. It is cause for readiness. When a field has been plowed and watered, the shift in the soil is not destruction. It is the beginning of growth. That is what is happening in your life right now. I have been turning the earth of your heart, breaking up the hard places, softening what had become rigid through disappointment. And now something new is pushing through. You cannot see the full shape of it yet, but you can feel the pressure of it rising. That quiet insistence that something is about to change, that is not wishful thinking. That is my hand at work beneath the surface. And I do not plant what I do not intend to bring to harvest. So stay anchored in what I have spoken. Let it hold you when the waiting feels long. Let it steady you when doubt tries to convince you that nothing is happening. Something is happening. And it is closer than the space between one breath and the next. There is also this. The person whose name is approaching has already been marked by my hand. They do not know the full scope of what I am doing, just as you do not know the full scope. But they have felt the same stirring. They have sensed that something is shifting in their own life, even if they cannot name it. Both of you are being drawn toward the same invisible center, and that center is my purpose for your lives together. My child, I need to speak to you about the weight of impatience, because it is one of the greatest enemies of what I am building. You have lived in a world that rewards speed. Everything around you moves quickly, and you have been trained to believe that if something does not happen fast, it is not happening at all. But I do not work on that timeline. My movements are deliberate. My arrangements are exact. And what I am setting in motion for you cannot be rushed without being reduced. When the name arrives, it will not come wrapped in urgency or panic. It will come wrapped in calm. And that calm will be your signal. When something I am orchestrating reaches you, it does not arrive with anxiety. It arrives with a stillness that tells you this is real. This is settled. This is mine. Learn to distinguish between the two, because the world will offer you many things that feel exciting, but carry no substance. What I am giving you carries both weight and peace. This person I have set apart for you has their own rhythm, their own pace, their own way of moving through the world, and that rhythm will not always match yours at first. But that is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that two distinct journeys are being woven into one, and the weaving requires patience. You will not merge overnight. You will not understand each other completely from the first conversation. But with each honest exchange, with each moment of vulnerability, held with care, something strong will form between you. I am not giving you a finished product. I am giving you a partnership that will be shaped over time. And the shaping will require effort, but it will not require exhaustion. There is a difference between working to build something meaningful and struggling to keep something alive that was never meant to survive. This connection will not feel like survival. It will feel like growth. You have known the difference before. You have been in rooms where you felt the air leaving your lungs, where every word you spoke was measured against the risk of it being misunderstood or used against you. That is not what is coming. What is coming will feel like walking into open air after being inside a closed room for too long. You will breathe differently. You will speak differently. Not because you are pretending, but because for the first time in a long time, you will feel safe enough to be unguarded. I know what safety means to you. I know it is not a word you use lightly. You have been in places where safety was promised, but never delivered, where the people who should have been safe became the source of your deepest wounds. I am aware of all of that, and I am telling you now, what I am arranging is not a repetition of that pattern. It is the breaking of it. This person will not hold power over you. They will not use your vulnerability as a tool. They will meet your honesty with their own. And in that exchange, something will grow that neither of you could have built alone. That is the nature of what I design. It does not diminish either person. It multiplies both. You may wonder how you will know for certain. You may worry that your judgment has been wrong before and could be wrong again. I understand that fear, but listen to me. Your judgment was limited before because you were operating without my guidance in those moments. This time is different. I am walking ahead of you. I am clearing the path before you even set foot on it. The clarity you need will not come from overanalyzing every detail. It will come from a deep, settled peace that does not argue with itself. When you feel that peace, you will know, and you will not need anyone else to confirm it for you. I will be the confirmation. My presence in the moment will be unmistakable. Do not look for perfection in this person. Perfection is not what I promised, and it is not what you need. What you need is someone who is willing to show up day after day with honesty and intention. Someone whose imperfections do not threaten you, but instead remind you that realness has always been more valuable than appearances. That is what I am giving you. Not a flawless person, but a faithful one. And faithfulness, true faithfulness, is rarer than you know. It is not something the world teaches well, but it is something I have planted in this person through seasons of their own difficulty. They have learned what it costs to stay when leaving is easier, and that knowledge will shape the way they stand beside you. There will be moments in this connection where the old wounds try to speak louder than the new truth. Old habits of suspicion, of second-guessing, of bracing for impact. When those moments come, and they will come, do not let them rule you. Acknowledge them, then set them down. They belong to a chapter that is closing. They do not have a seat at the table I am preparing. I am not only building something between you and this person, I am rebuilding something within you. A trust in yourself that was damaged long before any relationship failed. A belief that you are capable of being loved without conditions, without performance, without the exhausting effort of earning what should simply be given. That belief is returning. And it is returning because I am restoring it with my own hands. You will look back on this season of preparation and understand that it was not punishment disguised as waiting. It was architecture. I was laying foundations in places you could not see, running support beams through your character, pouring strength into cracks that had been left by people who handled you carelessly. None of that work was accidental. None of it was rushed. And when the structure I have been building becomes visible to you, you will know that it was worth every moment of uncertainty you endured while I was working. There is a kind of love that the world celebrates loudly, the kind that dazzles at first sight and fades within months. That is not what I am bringing you. What I am bringing moves quietly. It does not need an audience. It does not require applause or display. It proves itself in the ordinary moments, in the way someone remembers what you said 3 weeks ago and brings it up because it mattered to them, in the way they notice when your voice changes, even slightly, in the way they choose to stay in the room when the conversation gets difficult instead of walking away. That kind of love is not glamorous, but it is enduring, and it is the kind that will carry you through seasons that test everything. I do not build connections that only work when things are easy. I build connections that hold when things are hard, and that is exactly what this one is. I want you to stop measuring what is coming by what has already failed. You have a habit of using the past as a measuring stick for the future, and it has kept you smaller than you were meant to be. The past was not a preview. It was a passage. You moved through it, and it moved through you, and both of you are different now. The person you were in those moments is not the person who is standing here listening to me now. You are stronger. You are more honest with yourself. You have learned to ask harder questions and sit with uncomfortable answers. Those are not small things. Those are the markers of someone who has been shaped by fire and come through it with more clarity than they had going in. I honor that in you, and I am matching it with someone who carries the same kind of hard-won understanding. The name will not come in the way you might expect. It may arrive through a voice you were not paying attention to. It may surface in a moment so ordinary you almost let it pass. But something inside you will catch it. Something inside you will hold it, the way your hand instinctively catches something falling before your mind registers what it is. That instinct is not accidental. I placed it in you, and I sharpened it through everything you have been through. When it happens, do not fight it. Do not interrogate it until it loses its shape. Let it sit in your spirit the way rain sits on dry ground, soaking in slowly, reaching the places that need it most. Understanding does not always come instantly. Sometimes it comes in layers, and the first layer is simply this: recognition. Knowing that what you have just encountered matters. Knowing that it is not random. Knowing that something beyond your own logic has placed it directly in your awareness. I did not bring you this far to leave you guessing in the final stretch. I am a finisher. What I begin, I bring to completion. And this word I have spoken over your life is not half-formed. It is fully shaped. It is waiting for the moment when both you and this person are positioned exactly where you need to be. That moment is not far. The preparations are nearly complete. Not just on your side, but on theirs as well. They have been walking their own road of becoming, carrying their own questions, facing their own tests. And they have been faithful through it, just as you have. When two people who have been individually refined are finally brought together, the result is not fragile. It is forged. There is an image I want you to hold in your mind. Two rivers that have been flowing through separate valleys for years, each carving its own path through rock and soil. They did not know they were heading toward the same destination. They could not see each other. But the terrain was shaped so that eventually, inevitably, they would converge. And when they do, the current becomes stronger than either could have been alone. That is what I am doing with your life and theirs. Two separate journeys, each purposeful, each necessary, merging into a single current that moves with a power neither of you could have generated on your own. You will feel that power, not as force, but as flow. Not as pressure, but as momentum, and it will carry you both forward into things you have not yet imagined. I want you to understand something about what this connection will require from you. It will not ask you to perform or to earn your place, but it will ask you to be present, fully present, not hiding behind old defenses, not running through rehearsed versions of yourself, but standing openly in who you are and trusting that it is enough. That will feel unfamiliar at first. You have spent so much time curating how others see you that the thought of being simply, plainly yourself may feel like the most vulnerable thing I have ever asked of you. But it is also the most freeing. And once you taste that freedom, you will not want to go back to performing. You will wonder why you ever thought pretending was the safer option, when being known, truly known, is the only thing that ever brought you rest. There is a difference between being admired from a distance and being loved up close. And what I am giving you is the second kind. The kind that does not require you to maintain an image. The kind that holds you, even when the image falls away. I am not finished speaking. There is still more you need to hear before I am done. Stay close, keep your heart open. What I am about to say will reach into the places where your deepest questions live, and it will begin to answer them in ways you did not expect. You were not made to walk through life guessing whether you are seen. You were made to be known, deeply and without apology. And that is what I am delivering into your hands. Not a shallow mirror that shows you only what you want to see, but a steady presence that reflects back the truth of who you are and loves what it finds there. There are seasons in your life that seem to exist only to test whether you would break. Some of those seasons felt endless, as though they had no purpose except to wear you down. But I want you to see them differently now. Those seasons were not wasted time. They were the kiln. They were the pressure that turned loose sand into something solid. And the person you became through them is the exact person who is ready for what I am now placing before you. I do not waste difficulty. I never have. Every hard season you endured was producing something inside you that comfort alone could never have built. Resilience, discernment, the ability to love without demanding proof of safety, first. You may not see those qualities in yourself yet, but I see them clearly. And so will the person whose name is on its way to you. This connection will not be built on pretense. It will not be built on the versions of yourself you show the world when you are trying to impress. It will be built on truth, on the unpolished, unrehearsed version of who you really are. And that version is the one I love most. That version is the one I have been refining. Not to make you acceptable to someone else, but to help you accept yourself deeply enough that when someone truly sees you, you do not flinch. You have spent too many years flinching. You have pulled back when someone got close. You have changed the subject when conversations reached the places that mattered most. I understand why. Those places were unprotected once, and the people who entered them did not treat them with care. But this time I am standing guard at the entrance. No one is entering those sacred spaces unless I have prepared them to honor what they find. State your agreement if you feel this truth settling in your spirit. I want to tell you something about the way this person will love you. It will not always be dramatic. It will not always be poetic, but it will be constant. And constancy is the one thing that has been missing from your life for longer than you care to admit. You have been surrounded by people who arrived with promises and departed with excuses. That pattern is ending. What I am bringing is someone who understands that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in daily decisions. The decision to stay honest. The decision to remain kind when frustration rises. The decision to keep building even when the progress feels slow. Those are the decisions that hold a life together, and this person has been learning to make them, just as you have. Neither of you is arriving at this connection unprepared. Both of you have been walking toward it through your own fires. And when you meet, the recognition will not need to be explained. It will simply be known. There will also be a purpose that extends beyond the two of you. This connection is not isolated. It is part of something larger that I am doing, something that touches the lives of those around you in ways you have not yet imagined. When two people walk in alignment with me, the effect is not contained within their own four walls. It reaches outward. It influences. It creates a stability that others are drawn to, not because it is loud, but because it is real. The people around you will sense the difference, even if they cannot name it. They will notice that something has shifted in the atmosphere of your life. You have always wanted your life to matter beyond yourself. You have carried that desire quietly, sometimes wondering if it was too ambitious or too unrealistic. It is neither. It is the design I placed inside you, and the person I'm bringing will share that design. Together you will build something that outlives the moment, something that leaves a mark on the ground you walk on. I am not asking you to plan every detail of that future right now. I am asking you to trust that the first step is the person I am revealing. Everything else flows from that. The name is coming. The moment is coming. And when it arrives, you will not second guess it, because something in you will already know that this is what you have been prepared for. You have lived with questions that had no answers. You have carried longings that felt too deep to speak out loud. I heard every one of them. I held every one of them. And now I am beginning to answer them in ways you will recognize as mine. Not flashy, not overwhelming, but unmistakably certain. I built you for this moment. I walked you through fires that were meant to refine, not to destroy. I allowed losses that were meant to make room, not to leave you empty. And I held you through silences that were meant to sharpen your hearing, not to punish you with absence. Every thread connects, every piece fits, and the picture that is forming is more beautiful than you have dared to believe. Do not be afraid of what you are feeling right now. Whether it is hope or uncertainty or a strange mixture of both, it is all part of the process. I do not require you to arrive at this moment with perfect faith. I only require you to arrive with willingness. Willingness to trust me one more time. Willingness to believe that what I have spoken is not empty. Willingness to open the door when I knock, even if your hands are trembling when you reach for the handle. That is enough. Your willingness is enough. I will do the rest. I have been doing the rest all along, and I am not about to stop now. Not when you are this close to what I have been preparing. Not when the distance between promise and fulfillment has never been shorter than it is right now. My child, as I draw these words to their close, I want you to understand that everything I have spoken to you carries the weight of intention. Nothing was filler. Nothing was padding. Every sentence was placed with the same precision that I use when I set stars in their positions and rivers in their courses. You were not an afterthought in my design, and neither is this connection I am bringing you. The name is close now, closer than it was when I first began speaking to you, and I want you to know that when it comes, it will not feel like something foreign invading your life. It will feel like something returning, like a word you forgot you knew until you heard it spoken again, like a melody that lived in the back of your mind but never had a moment to surface until now. That is because this was always part of your story. It was written before you could read. It was decided before you could choose. And it has been protected through every storm that tried to erase it. Nothing, no failure, no misstep, no wrong turn, has been strong enough to undo what I declared over your life before it began. You have doubted yourself more times than you can count. You have looked in the mirror and wondered if what you saw was worthy of the kind of love that lasts. I am telling you now, for the last time in this word, that the answer is yes. Not because you are without flaw, but because I do not measure worthiness the way the world does. I measure it by what I placed inside you, and what I placed inside you has never diminished, no matter what tried to cover it over. The person I am bringing will see what I see. Not perfectly, because they are human, and their sight has limits. But they will see enough. They will see the depth in you that others rushed past. They will feel the steadiness in you that others mistook for quietness. They will value the parts of you that have been overlooked for so long you almost forgot they existed. And in being seen that way, something in you will awaken that has been asleep for far too long. That awakening is not something you need to force. It will happen naturally, the way a field thaws after a long season of frost. One day the ice simply gives way to warmth, and what was buried begins to push through the surface again. That is what is happening in your life right now, even as you listen to these words. I want you to carry this truth with you in the days ahead. When doubt returns, and it will, I want you to remember what I have spoken. Not as a vague memory, but as a fixed point you can anchor to when the waters become rough. This word is not fragile. It does not dissolve under pressure. It stands because I stand behind it, and I do not move. You will face moments where the waiting feels unbearable. You will face moments where the silence between this word and its fulfillment seems too long. In those moments, do not conclude that I have forgotten. Conclude instead that I am still working, that the same hands that set this in motion are still shaping it, still refining it, still bringing it to the exact point where it will arrive with maximum impact and minimum confusion. I do not deliver things early. I do not deliver them late. I deliver them in the precise moment when they will be received fully and appreciated deeply. And that moment, for this connection, is being calibrated with the same care I use to hold the entire creation in balance. You are not alone. You have never been alone, even when the silence convinced you otherwise. I was in the silence. I was in the waiting. I was in the questions you could not answer and the prayers you could not finish. I was in all of it, working, arranging, preparing. And I am in this moment too, right here, speaking to you with a clarity that I do not offer lightly. I am offering it to you because the time demands it, and because your heart is ready to receive it. The connection that is coming will not erase your past, but it will put your past in its proper place, behind you where it belongs. It will not fix everything overnight, but it will give you a partner in the work of building something meaningful. And that partnership, grounded in trust, shaped by refinement, and held together by my hand, will be stronger than anything either of you has ever known. When the name comes, receive it. Do not overthink it. Do not resist it. Do not look for reasons it cannot be true. Simply hold it. Let it settle. Let it take root. And then watch as everything I have promised begins to unfold before your eyes. One step at a time. One day at a time. One act of trust at a time. I have loved you through everything. I have kept you through everything. And now I am bringing you into something new, not because you earned it through perfection, but because my purposes for your life have always included this moment. Walk forward with confidence. Walk forward with an open heart. And know that what I have prepared for you is already reaching out to meet you halfway. The ground is set. The season has turned. the name is near. And when it lands in your spirit, you will know without question that this was always meant to be yours. Go now with my peace resting on you. Go with the certainty that what I have set in motion cannot be undone by any force. And go knowing that the one I have chosen for you is already on their way. You are ready. You may not feel ready, but readiness is not a feeling. It is a position. And I have placed you in that position through every step you have taken to reach this moment. You are exactly where you need to be. And the person I have chosen is exactly where they need to be. The only thing left is the moment I bring you together. And that moment is already written. Declare your amen if you receive everything I have spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.